If we had, yes, donate to the school, $ FDMG school on your Cash App. 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 If you need to mail in your donation, make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We appreciate $1, but we would rather have 10. We appreciate $20, but we would rather have 50. We appreciate $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200. We're trying to renovate a school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand? Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you can. We're building an institution, okay? Trying to give our children a chance that we didn't have. That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
Wow, that just goes to show you that this is nothing more than a long con. It is all about the money. It's not about the people. It's about the donors. We got a lot to get into. Click for chats undefeated. Let's get into it. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this. I got this.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in as Umar grooves. This is all about him. It's the shenanigans. This guy is an interesting character for sure. But one thing I can say with absolute certainty is that this FDMG school project is a scam. And I want to invite everyone and welcome everyone to another live stream here dealing with Umar Johnson. We had a classic show last night or yesterday. I hope you guys took the time to watch. If you didn't get in there live, it has 20,000 views already. Or at least last time I checked, it was close to 20. Yeah, it's at 20,000 views already in less than 24 hours. So I want to thank everyone who came out during the live stream yesterday. I want to thank all the mods for handling business. I also want to thank everyone who sent in super chats. If you send in cash ups or PayPal, thank you so much. I want to thank y'all. And everyone inside the Quick Chat, thank you so much. You guys are definitely undefeated. Yesterday, I did a lot of talking. So today, I'm not going to do as much talking. We have quite a bit to get to, and I'm thinking of getting through 2 videos today, but really we should do 3. But I'm thinking of doing 2 today, and then tomorrow, maybe during the day, don't hold me to it, get to the other 2 that I've been wanting to get, reviewed. But we'll see how it goes. But I'm gonna try to limit my diatribes here. And what I'll do is I'll be in the chat room chatting with you guys. And then if people send in a super chat, they will have a question or a comment, then I'll read that out loud. But for the most part, I'm going to try to stay silent today because I just want to get caught up with the whole situation with Umar. It's a stage show. Umar, for him, it's always about getting attention. Now, there was a time, and I've been doing all of this extra research. In fact, I sent James Dean emailed me, but I sent James Dean an email back. The earliest I could find video evidence of Umar talking about FDMG was 2011. However, I do have the receipt where Umar stated that the school was going to open in 2010, and that receipt is from January of 2010. And that was on his Facebook page. I showed it many, many times. It's in the first documentary. I have committed to working on the second documentary, at least starting it. But even though I've only been able to find 2011 where he's talking about FDMG, I'm sure he was talking about it prior to 2010, because that was January of 2010. It's just that I have not been able to find video record of it. Now, I want to make this point that just because there's no video evidence of Umar talking about FDMG prior to January of 2010, doesn't mean that he wasn't talking about it. But we do know for certain that Umar stated that he conceptualized FDMG all the way back in 2005. I want people to keep this in mind, because there are people who are new to this. They're new to the Umar Johnson saga. They may enjoy when his talking points, when he's ranting and raging, and okay, that's your cup of tea. But they're not clear about this school scam that it's been going on now. If he conceptualized it in 2005, we're in 2024, we're about to go into 2025 very soon here. We're talking 19 years, at least 19 years, about to be 20. And it takes Umar from 2005 to 2019, it takes him 14 years to acquire these abandoned buildings. And then it takes him 5.5 years to get to this point, and there's still nothing open, nothing operating or anything like that. I just want to make this point again. I made it yesterday for you Umar Johnson followers, that if you still believe in this school scam, you really have to check yourself on this. Yeah, again, you may enjoy his other commentary. You may enjoy the shenanigans. He's entertaining. Yes, he's funny. But the school situation, it's just a scam. So what has happened with Umar is that he rarely even talks about FDMG these days. He's even rarely is he even up there anymore. Back in 2019, February of 2019, you guys remember Click Crochet? He used to be up there all the time. It was like he was bragging, like, look, we did this. Here we are 5.5 years later, over 5.5 years later. It doesn't mean anything, because not one black boy or black girl, for that matter, was educated. And initially, he said it was going to be a boarding school for black boys and black girls. Okay, this whole boarding school concept for Umar comes out of him being shipped away when he was in the 9th grade, 14 years old, and around 14 years old, he was shipped off to a boarding school. Sounds familiar? Umar is merely representing these childhood traumas to the rest of the world. He says he wants to save black boys, but really he wants to save the black boy in him that was cast away, in essence, from his family. A lot of people don't know about Umar's history in these regards. He was the only child that was sent away. So what has happened with Umar is this whole FDMG idea is just him trying to deal with the childhood trauma. He has no intention of opening up a school. And that is why 2019 rolls around. People were shouting, yeah, he's going to open up the school. Here we are 5.5 years later, over 5.5 years later. There's still no school. And Umar rarely even talks about it. He was supposed to have a paint day this weekend. Did he have the paint day? No, I think he's over in Europe somewhere. He's traveling all over the place. Rarely this year, in particular this year, I was amazed. Less than 10 times. He was up there at these abandoned buildings live streaming for the world to see. Think about that. He's collected millions of dollars, $2.6, $2.7 million, and he's rarely even up there. Now, understand this, that for Umar, it's everything is about attention. It's about money, it's about sex, it's about power, and it's about control, but he has to have the attention. So this whole situation with D.L. Hughley, this whole situation with Kamala Harris, this whole situation with Steve Harvey, this is just Umar clout chasing, trying to get attention. He didn't have to do that as much back in the day. Why? Because he had a level of credibility associated with his name. You go back way back in the day, because I've been doing the research, and there will be people who were dressed in suits and ties that would come and listen to Umar. Not these days. He's doing chicken shacks here and there. A few people show up. You know, it's not packed to the rafters. Now, when he goes to certain places, like if he goes to Europe, there's going to be a lot of people turning out, because he's rarely over there. He's over there like every 4 or 5 years or something like that. And down in Atlanta, he tends to get a great crowd down there. Okay, but normally when Umar goes usually I should say, when he has a speaking engagement, there's not a lot of people there, because his reputation precedes him. So we're in back in the day, he didn't have to engage in all these shenanigans in order to get attention. These days, he has to go through all measures to try and get attention, including attack Black people, and in particular, Black people who are receiving a lot of attention at any given time. He wants that attention focused on him. And that's what this whole D.L. Hughley situation is. You mean to tell me Umar wants to have this debate with D.L. Hughley up at them at trap bandos? It makes no sense. Who would even for him to even conceptualize that? It shows how delusional he is. The things look like straight trash up there. He wants to have it in the gym, even though D.L. Hughley said the auditorium, there is no auditorium over there. So what does Umar says? He calls it a gymnatorium. We'll get into the receipt in just a moment. Just switching words around just a little bit. And he says, oh, that has been renovated. But guess what? Umar hasn't even shown the inside of that small gym in years. It's not about opening up a school. It's about getting money and getting attention and getting cookies and getting, power and control. That's all this is about. So I want to make that point clear. These days, I don't get the type of response from you Umar Johnson followers that I used to get, where you guys used to be all upset and attack me and say all kind of horrible stuff, lying, all this. I don't get that as much. I do get it from time to time, but I don't get it as much. And that is because more and more people have realized the truth, that I was telling the truth from the beginning, that this whole FDMG situation is nothing more than a long con. It's a scam. And the sooner people wake up to that, the better. All right. All right. So let's get into this. I want to start off with the video. There's two. I'm trying to see if we should now. I think we can do it. I want to go through 3 videos today. Again, I'm going to limit my commentary as much as possible, but I want to make sure we get through all 3 of these. And the reason why I want to get through this other one is because we never actually got through the whole thing. So it will set up the other 2 if we do the first one. Okay, so quick chat. I hope you guys don't mind. I won't talk as much. I will be in the chat room chatting up with you guys, but for the most part, I'll play the video, especially for this first one. Okay, here we go. And how's it going, Tata? Tata the Butterfly says, didn't Omar have a talk at some parking lot? I forgot the business. Could we see the clip? I don't remember what the clip is, and I don't think I have that archive, Tata, but you're right. He was, I'll look, I'll check though. And if I can't find it today, I'll look in between now and the next live stream. Maybe while we watch this video, I'll look even more. But there was, Umar was talking about how he was inviting people out to one of his speaking engagements, and he said that he was going to be speaking in the parking lot outside of I want to say Walmart. Did he say Walmart parking lot? Anybody remember this? In the chat room, I thought he said in the Walmart parking lot or something like that. I can't, was it Walmart? Okay, it was Walmart. Okay, yeah, it was Walmart. So that's what it was. I'm going to look for it, but I don't think I actually archived that one, because that was one of the videos we were watching. We were like, what did he say? And then come to find out, it was going to be a tent. It was a tent in the Walmart parking lot. Yeah, because we covered the video, the follow-up video where he was in the parking lot and it was a tent and I was clowning him. Oh man, I forgot. We got so many wonderful memories with this guy. I was clowning him because you could see the asphalt. And then there was chairs in there and asphalt, and it was like if memory serves me right, it was like a white tent, and then there was cracks all in the asphalt. And I said, this guy's out here, he up here doing lectures inside of the parking lot on asphalt. Okay. Yeah, we need a tent, family. I kid you not. Yeah, I forgot. I totally forgot about that. So let me see if I can find it, but I don't think I archived that one. Let me look. I'll look for a Walmart. Yeah, I remember we did that follow-up video. That was crazy. Yeah, no, I didn't archive that one, Tata. I'm looking for tent. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have the, what you call it, the Umar. I'm bashing. Okay, let me no, I don't have it. I have it right here. It says Umar's book signing in a heated tent. But I don't have the link there. And then I have Umar's color code. Let me see if this is the same video right here where he's in the tent. I don't think so though. Yeah, but I sure do remember this now that I think about it. But there's so many different memories like this with Umar. Yeah, this ain't it. This is another link to something else. And I don't have the show. Let me see if while we're doing the live stream, let me see if I can do a little further research and find it. Okay. Thanks, Dr. for the super chat. Yeah, I forgot. I totally forgot about that one. Yeah, it was in the parking lot. Okay, so let me start with this one. This is from the 24th of last month, and we covered some of it, but we didn't get the whole thing. I want to get through the whole thing. We'll get to the whole thing today, and then we'll go into the video that I wanted to get to today, which is Umar more recently, a couple of days ago, kind of taking shots at D.L. Hughley. It's really ridiculous. Here we go.
3 things came out. 4 things came out.
Okay, I must limit my commentary, but notice how Umar looks. He's homeless, and he's inside the car live streaming. That's why he's looking like this. He's homeless.
Very clearly to me in Vice President Harris's lecture. And for my Democratic Party plantation slaves, I am neither pro-Trump nor pro-Harris. I want to be very clear.
Yeah, sorry about that. I muted my microphone. Yeah, that's not factual what he's saying there, and this he could be saying for this election, but for the election where Trump was going against Joe, yeah, no, he was going against Hillary Clinton. Umar said that he would prefer Donald Trump. Okay, I played the receipt back a couple of live streams ago, so it would be factual if he's specifically talking about this current election, which I think that he is, but overall, if we look at historically, he actually endorsed Trump. All right, here we go.
I am neither pro-Trump nor pro-Harris. I want to be very, very clear. I am neither pro-Trump or pro-Harris. Let me make this very, very clear. The reason Vice President Harris gets more attention is because the black bourgeoisie, the coon Illuminati, the untalented 10th, the Negro aristocracy is actively selling Vice President Harris to the American African community. The bourgeoisie, the untalented 10th, the coon Illuminati, the Negro aristocracy is trying to shame American Africans into voting for Vice President Harris. So she's going to get more attention because we already know what the Donald Trump agenda is for African people, and it's not good. We already know what the Donald Trump agenda is for the American African people, and it's not good. We already know what the Donald Trump agenda is for the American African, and it's not good. But the black bourgeoisie, particularly the celebrity elite of the Negro aristocracy, the celebrity elite of the Negro aristocracy, the celebrity elite of the Negro aristocracy is trying to sell us Vice President Harris. So what are the 4 themes that came out in Vice President Harris's speech? Now let's put this in context. Let Intercontinental Ifa Tunde put this in context. Toronto, Canada, October 5th and 6th, pull-up season. Toronto, Canada, October 5th and 6th, pull-up season. Toronto, Canada, October 5th and 6th, pull-up season. Melbourne and Sydney, Australia, the date will be dropping soon. Melbourne and Sydney, Australia, the date will be dropping soon. My Australian Africans, God willing, I will see you before the year ends, completing my continental sweep, the first scholar of modern time to be in.
All right, Chavis says, my birthday is tomorrow and FDMG still ain't coming. By the way, he looks like he used Crisco oil. Well, Chavis, he's homeless, you know, and he probably hasn't been able to bathe or wash his face like he would normally do. Now, he'll get a hotel, motel, you know, and he'll probably clean himself up. But he's down and out. He's really down and out right now. By the way, everyone, let's wish Chavis a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. FDMG is coming soon. Happy birthday to Chavis. Enrolling for 2. All right. Happy birthday, Chavis. All right. Everyone in Cook Crush Chat, please give a shout out to Chavis for his birthday. Yeah, Jesus was born on your birthday. All right. Yeah, you see, that's one thing I love about the Cook Crush Chat. We will give it up. Right on, everybody. Yeah, happy birthday, Chavis. Okay, thank you. And thanks for Super Chat, too. I appreciate it. What's up, Kevin? Kevin's in the building, too, and Maddie's in the building as well. And Marley Moore. What's up, Kev? All right, Vixen, how's it going? Okay. Don't tell Umar about that now. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Okay. All right, let's get back to it, everyone. Here we go. Yeah, happy birthday again, Javis.
Invited to speak on every continent in the world at least twice. History will be made in Melbourne and Sydney, Australia. History will be made in Melbourne or Sydney, Australia. But the 4 themes that came out in Vice President Harris's speech, and mind you,
who does Chuck D? He supports Umar. Is he saying Chuck D supports Umar or he supports Trump? I don't know.
She did not write the speech. The white power structure does not leave speech writing to the politicians for president.
In J-Rock?
Let us be clear. She did not write the speech. She gave the speech. So when you're analyzing and evaluating, when you're trying to understand, and understand Vice President Harris's words, you have to think about the power structure who wrote the speech, the messages they wanted to give to the American people, and the messages, more importantly,
he's a little
that
weird,
they did not want to give to the American African people. Let me say that again. Shout out to the Virgos. I understand we in Virgo season, but I'm still rocking my Leo colors.
I want to know, why do people believe DL should debate lowlife? What would DL have to gain by debating Umar at them abandoned? But he wouldn't gain anything. This is a really good question. I did do a poll, and I was actually surprised that people were saying that but I think people are saying that because of the entertainment value. I mean, it would be highly entertaining, and I mean, I would cover it, you know. We have 390 votes so far. The question is, should DL Hughley debate Umar Johnson at the FDMG Bandos? 58% say yes, 42% say no. I'm surprised by that. Okay. Now, would DL benefit in any way? Absolutely not. I mean, for what? I mean, DL, he's like one of the greatest Black comedians of all time. Okay, again, his comedy, he's funny, but it's like, I'm like older. I like the older guys, like Richard Pryor. My favorite guy is, I always forget his name. You guys know what I'm talking about. I always do this. I was listening to one of his specials. He only had a couple of specials, but it's on YouTube. Oh my goodness, I can't even remember his name right now. It's ridiculous. But I like the older guys. But DL Hughley, he doesn't have anything to gain from even responding to Umar. You know, but that's what Umar does. He has a history of attacking. We have a whole list, and I've been compiling a list. I'll actually address that in the documentary, how most of Umar's rhetoric, it's about attacking Black people who are far more successful than he is in life. Yeah, I like Bernie Mac. I like Red Fox from way back in the day. But my main guy was Paul Mooney. That's who it is. Yeah, that's my main guy. Like Paul Mooney, he was absolutely funny. He'll have me cracking up, like laughing out loud. So I like the older guys. You know, the people who have come onto the scene more recently, you know, they're funny, but for me, the people who like make me just lose it are some of the people that I mentioned. But DL wouldn't have anything to gain from debating Umar. Umar would have everything to gain. And here's the other thing, Black Wolf. What would they? And this is a question for everyone. And it could chat. What would they debate exactly? Kamala Harris? Maybe that's what Umar expects. Is that what they're going to debate? How does that benefit DL Hughley? It doesn't. Then Umar spends so much time talking mess about Black people, it would only benefit him, because that would give him a larger platform and a lot larger audience, because plenty of people would tune into that, not because of that because Umar has anything legitimate to say, but because DL Hughley is going to be there and he's big time. And so people from DL Hughley's camp's going to tune in, people from Umar Johnson's camp's going to tune in, and then Umar critics, like all of us, will tune in too, just to see how things go. But that wouldn't benefit DL Hughley. That would benefit Umar. Okay? And then, of course, Umar could flip it. He'd be like, yeah, make sure you guys donate to the school. We're at the campus right now. So he would make money. There is no school, but he would still get more money coming in. See? So it's to Umar Johnson's advantage to have some sort of a debate. That's why he's pushing it. But I highly doubt that DL Hughley's taken any of this seriously, or that he's considered, yeah, maybe I should debate Umar. And debate about what? Why would you debate someone who's living out of motel rooms in his car and is homeless and don't have a job? Why would you debate someone like that who begs for everything? See, it doesn't really serve any purpose for DL Hughley. It doesn't at all. Thanks for super chat, Black Wolf. That's a really good question. Brian, what's up? Brian says, I think a debate with DL would be the nail in Umar's coffin. DL will bring an audience unfair with Umar, unfamiliar with Umar's tactics. Yeah, I think that would probably be the negative for Umar. That if in fact they had this debate up there in the abandoned buildings, and people are going to be able to see what those abandoned buildings actually look like and the condition that they're in. It's a good point, the condition of these buildings. And then, of course, there's going to be people who they're going to assume that Umar has a school and that, he's built, because he promotes it like he's built something, right? And so people are going to actually see in real time, I guess in 2024, or 2024, if it happens in 2024 or 2025, hypothetically, they're going to see how bad it is up there. And they're going to be like, wait a minute. This guy's been talking about this school. He acquired these abandoned buildings in 2019. He said he conceptualized it in 2005, and this is where things are at. And he's collected how much money? And then people are going to start asking about the money, and that's what Umar does not want to have happen. This is a good point here. I think that if there is one thing that Umar would fear is that the wrong type of attention would come from people who they can really start to look into Umar, and they can contact certain agencies to look into Umar. They can have these agencies can then audit the financial part, because remember, all this is really about money. It's not so much about the school. I broke that down yesterday. The school is just a carrot that Umar dangles in front of the donkey in order to keep the donkey feeling as if they're getting closer to the opening date. And no disrespect, I'm just using this as symbolism here. It's like you give the illusion of progress to your followers, and they'll continue to believe that they're moving forward. But see if that it's moving forward and it's going to open. But see if people actually see what it looks like up there. See, remember, Umar hasn't done a tour himself up there in the abandoned buildings. I'm talking about himself. It's been years. Well, I shouldn't say years. It's been at least a year. It could be 2 years. I'm talking about where Umar walked through these buildings and told people, look, this is what I've done here. This is what I've done here. And let's be clear about this. He hasn't done a full walkthrough to show these buildings since 2019. So that's over 5 years. But can you imagine people who assume that Umar's making all this progress? They tune into this debate up these trap bandos in Wilmington, and then all this video footage starts to flood the internet of people who are going to attend. They're looking at the buildings, they're video recording the outside, the inside, and then it blows up, because then people are going to be like, wait a minute, this is not a school. These are abandoned buildings, and it's still on the vacant property list. And then it'll bring more people over here, By then the documentary, at least I have a couple of segments produced for the documentary part 2, and then people really wake up then. So yeah, Brian, this is a good point. This would probably be the biggest negative for Umar, is that it would bring the wrong type of attention. That Umar doesn't want that attention. See, if everything was on the up and up there, if everything was legit, and if all this progress had been made over the last 5.5 years, then Umar would be boastful in showing it, right? He would show it every single time he gets in, but he rarely even goes up there, because he knows that it's a failure. And he also knows that he's never going to get to the point where these buildings are up to code, or that they're look respectable or anything like that. These are just his kicking spot. He goes up there every once in a while. He goes up there. But see, if he brought all that attention from D.L. Hughley up there, more and more people will start asking questions, and that's not what Umar Johnson wants. And then if they really start to ask questions about where's the money and how much money she collected, okay, now that's when it's a wrap. Because that's when higher ups, they're going to look into this. They're going to look at the financial aspect of this, and that's the key to the Umar Johnson school scam. It's not so much about the school. We focus on that because that's really what Umar pushes. What it really is about all of the money that he's collected under the guise of opening up this school for Black boys, and the vast majority of it has gone into his pockets. It's gone into Umar being able to buy hotel, motel, holidays, and food, travel, clothes. See, the vast majority, very minimal percentage of the amount of money that he's collected for these trap bandos up there in Wilmington, Delaware, has gone towards actually opening up a school. And that's what Umar does not want people to know. Okay? All right. And thanks, Black Wolf, for Soup Chat, and Brian Tealsdale. Ron says, as Evelyn Champagne King says, shame on Umar. Yeah, shame. The thing is, Ron, I don't think Umar has shame. I think he gets down about things. I think he gets sad. I think he deals with depression. But in terms of feeling shame, I don't think he just has that. I don't think he has that emotional ability to actually feel shame about it. And there's things I feel ashamed about. I've talked about that openly in the past. I'm in a much better place these days, but I've struggled with mine. And a lot of times I said, man, I wish I had a time machine to go back. I have shame about certain things, but I don't think Umar has any shame. See, the thing is that if you've been running this scam now, and we're getting close to 20 years, and you don't feel any shame about this, something wrong with you. But it also shows that if you had shame, you would have shut this down a long time ago. Because you'd been like, this is not a good look. People looking at me sideways, right? I need to stop this. But that's not what Umar has done. He keeps going with it. He keeps going with the illusion that he's going to open up a school. You know, in my research, the first time Umar posted in 2010 that the school was going to open in 2013. But I have a video from 2011 where he's talking about, yeah, and if I open up this school, FDMG, and he starts running off the mouth about it. How could you do that back in 2010, 2011? You said you can conceptualize it in 2005. And then you go from 2010, 2011, all the way to 2024, and you keep running with it? If you felt shame or some level of remorse for scamming people out of millions of dollars, you would have some level of shame, and you would be like, I got to stop. I got to shut this down. It's not right. But not Umar. Let me say one thing. Then we got to get back to this. See, I'm running my mouth. But this is one thing I just don't understand about all of this. I've never understood this, and I probably will never understand, because I think it takes a very particular type of personality type to do what Umar Johnson is doing and has done now since he made the announcement back in 2010 that the school was going to open in 2013. There has to be some sort of a psychological disorder for someone who can do that and not feel any remorse. I don't understand that. Not feel any shame. I don't understand. I mean, if you don't even have your own place to stay, how can you? And you collected millions of dollars. You have 6 degrees allegedly, and you don't feel any shame, and you keep doing the same thing that makes people look at you as if you are, which you really are. You're nothing more than a scammer. But to not feel shame about it, there has to be a very specific personality type that can live their life that way. I don't get that. I really don't get that. He doesn't have any shame, And thanks for being a member, Rod. I appreciate it. Truth is Logic. Another member says, remember when Umar claimed he wanted to go 5 rounds with Mike Tyson just for attention? Yeah. He's on the list of the people that Umar has attacked, but that's about attention. And also he figures if I can pull this off in his imagination, because it is out there, if I can pull this off, I'm going to be able to get some money out of this, right? Because he said, yeah, we'll donate the proceeds to FDMG. He said something like that, but where does that money go? Does it go to FDMG? No, it goes to Umar. See, that's part of the scam. It's about power, it's about control, it's about money, and it's about sex. And in order to make these things pop off, he has to get attention. On the internet, it's about attention. The more attention you get, there's a conversion rate. You can get that attention, convert it over into money. Well, if you can get attention placed on this idea of opening up a school, FDMG, and all of these shenanigans, we're going to debate D.L. Hughley. We're going to fight Mike Tyson. I mean, there's other things, too, that he said about celebrities that he wants to do and all this stuff. All that brings him more attention, and there's going to be a conversion rate. He gets more money. Power, sex, money, and control. Not to open up a school, because that could have been done a long time ago, but to continue to allow Umar to live his self-destructive lifestyle, but also to fulfill this need. And this need is insatiable with this guy. The need for attention, the need for validation. See, but that goes back to childhood trauma. When he was shipped away and it was separated from his mama, enmeshment, his connection to his mama was unhealthy. It was something that by him being taken away and shipped off in the 9th grade, 14 years old, it damaged Umar even further than how he had been damaged in the first place. And so the need for validation, the need for acceptance, the need for attention. See, people think that you could say, oh, he needs attention from his aunts. No, what he's really looking for is attention from his mama. And if you're 50 years old, you have to be beyond that. And he should have been beyond that a long time ago, but he was never able to grow out of that. It was already a problem in the beginning. His daddy shipped him off, thinking that it would be in Umar's best interest because Umar was so attached to his mama, but it ultimately did even more damage than good. And Umar's still stuck in that state of arrested development we're in. He needs that attention. And so even his pursuit to sexually exploit Black women, it is his need for his attention from his mama. He just turns it around. It's like, okay, if I can just get with these women, it like fulfills this insatiable need for attention that I really, really seek from my mother. And that's why he's been living with his mama on and off for many years now. I have to correct myself too, because I had said something yesterday, and then we'll get back to it. And I thought about it. And whenever I'm off on my timeline, I had said something to the effect that Umar hasn't had his own place in over a decade. It's actually, it's like It's not even a decade. I can pull up the receipt and show you exactly, because he has eviction notices associated with the last time that he had his own place. But it's less than a decade. Matter of fact, I'm going to look for it now, and I want to make sure I make that correction during this live stream. Okay, let's get back to it, everyone. And thank you, everyone, too, inside the Cookie Crush chat. We got about 770 people here. We have so far for the poll, which is the question is, should D.L. Hughley debate Umar Johnson at the FDMG Bandos? 506 votes so far. 59% say yes. 41% say no. If you haven't gotten your vote in, go ahead and get your vote in now. And also, we're at 100, at least it says here, it's probably updated now, 138 likes right now. If you guys can like the live stream, if you're enjoying the live stream. If you don't, well, you know, what can I say? Y'all just be hating. Start to sound like Umar. Y'all just a bunch of haters. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Shout out to the Virgos. I know we in Virgo season, but I'm still rocking my Leo colors.
Leo.
Shout out to the Virgos. I know we in Virgo season, but I'm still rocking my Leo colors. Michelle Obama is not a candidate for president. Like I said, president.
Yeah, that's what he does, because winter's coming. Okay, we've talked about this many times in the past. Wintertime really is symbolic of something that is traumatizing for Umar. See, because he doesn't have his own place, and so it starts to get really cold. That's why he tries to fly south. He tries to take more speaking engagements in southern areas than up inside on the East Coast. It gets cold out there. Delaware gets cold out there. It's the snow. It snows a lot. It gets really, really cold. And Umar, he does not like the cold. I mean, if you guys really want me to do it, I can pull it up for you guys right now. And I have so many examples of him making reference to this. He does not like the cold. Where's my pencil? Hold on one second. And I was telling people this before, but this was prior to me actually doing this research, where you hear Umar making these comments about how he just does not like the cold. But it's also triggering. I think it's triggering from his childhood. There was something else I was going to pull up. I said about the cold thing. What was the other thing I said I was going to look for? I'll pull up the cold thing for sure. Okay, I'm gonna pull that up. But I mentioned I was going to pull something else up. Anybody remember what I said? Yeah, winter's coming. Yep. So to get back to what you were saying, Rod, Umar, when he can, he'll sleep inside of his vehicle. I'm sure there's been times when he had to do that, but he'll get a hotel motel when he has the money to do it. But right now he can't stay with his mother. Oh, I know what I was going to look up. I was going to look up the eviction for Umar. I'll look that up just so that I can give the accurate date on that, because I want to be clear about that. I never want to actually say something that's not true. And if I say something, the timeline's not right, or I say too many years or too, like yesterday, I was talking about how Jamal Johnson has 10 kids. I actually think it's 11. I think it's 11 because I actually have a photo that I posted, but I took it down because I want to put that inside the documentary. But he has at least 10. I'll say that. Okay. So I'm going to pull up the video. I'll pull up just two. Okay. Because there's quite a few of them that I've run across. There's probably more that I haven't gotten to yet. And then I'll pull up the receipt on the eviction paperwork for Umar. This isn't the most recent one that from his mother, where when he was staying with his mama. This is his own when he actually had his own place. Okay, I'll pull that up for people. I'm not going to show it, but I'll get the date that's on there. Okay, and you guys can find it. It's public record. Lewis Six says he's practices mind control on people. You can be wrong, but if you say things with confidence and constantly repeat it, people will buy into it. Well, that's one of Umar's strengths. See, when he speaks, Umar, he speaks with such authority, and for whatever reason, people associate yelling and screaming as if he's an authority. But Umar's not an authority. He's not. See, really, what that is, it's the military training. Understand, Umar received military training. See, from the 9th grade through the 12th grade, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 4 years of military training. His father was a drill sergeant. So when they shipped him off to this boarding school, it was a private school. It's a military style school. Umar talks about it, how they put him out in the field and they showed him how to shoot guns. I can pull up all of the receipts on this. But you know how they talk in the military, it's and a lot of it is shouting and yelling, but that gives the authority. So that translates to Umar's interesting. He's really interesting. It translates to Umar's communication style with this audience, very abusive, very condescending. Well, that's because that's the military training. That's what they do in order to mind control the troops, is that you have to be subservient and you have superiors. And the superiors, whatever they say, that's what you're supposed to do. And in basic training, what they will do is they will yell, drill sergeants, they will yell, they'll put you through these routines, et cetera, et cetera. And the idea is that you submit. Well, that's how Umar sees black people. You're supposed to submit. Give me your money. You need to do this. You better do this. Everything is a command. Everything is a threat. Well, that's the military training. That's dangerous in and of itself. See, Umar's conceptualization of FDMG, it's like a little code. It's really a military style code. If you think about it, when Umar says things like, we're going to turn them into black Rambos, talking about the boys, well, where did he get that? Where did he get that from? Well, it's amalgamation. It's amalgamation of all of the programming from watching Rambo when he was a child, State of Arrested Development, and then the military training. Umar, he's interested. Even the idea of we're going to teach them how to float ships. Where do you get that from? Okay, that's like Navy talk. We're going to teach them how to fly aeronautic, whatever he says, all this kind of crazy stuff. That's not normal stuff you have at a private school. This is Umar. He's just repeating ideas and concepts from his military training. But see, what has happened is the military training in Umar, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old, a lot of that is still ingrained in him to this day. So when he conceptualized FDMG back in 2005, it's really like a military type of thing. And we don't want those children going back home to you for. Why do I want your children going back home? You're part of the problem. Well, that's like the cult thing. I'm going to keep me, and I call it possession because the way he conceptualized possessing other people's children. Well, that's how he felt when he was shipped off to this military school. They possess him now. He's unable to be coddled by his mother anymore. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. And in the military, what do? They repeat things over and over again. Drill sergeants to repeat things over and over again. And you got to respond a particular way. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And they may even repeat it again. What did you say? Yes, sir. What did you say? Well, see, here we go. You ever wonder why Umar be repeating this stuff all the time? This is programming. That's all that is. He can't even stop himself these days. See, sometimes you go through things as a child, and if you don't get the right type of therapy that would help you to rectify these traumas, it starts to come out more and more later on in life. But that's Umar. And it's autonomic. That's how he was programmed and trained that way. Now, he's able to escape it as he gets a little bit older. But then at a certain point, when Umar really his mind, I mean, he's not as sharp as he used to be. If you guys go back and listen to old Umar and compare it to today, but that's why he repeats stuff over and over again. It makes no sense for him to repeat things. Well, that's part of the military training too. We're going to pound your damn chest in and talk about the boys. That's military training. We're going to have a room in the back. Matter of fact, I think, and don't quote me on this, but I thought I heard Umar say something about waterboarding one time. And I was like, what is he talking about? Don't quote me on that. I may be mixing that up with something else I saw, but I'm just going back because of military training. Anyway. Thanks for stuff for what you said. Okay, so I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to let this video play. I'll be right back. Ron M says snow bunnies be allowed in FDMG can't be ethical. Okay, so the idea that white women, or let's say even black men who date white women or date outside their race, that they can't be up there at FDMG. Well, Umar has stated that, and there's older videos where he says that if you are a bunny hopper, you can't teach at my school. If you're a bunny hopper, meaning you're dating outside the race, you can't be a counselor at my school. He's even said it, and I can pull it because I have all this in these are old videos where you can't be a teacher if you're a bunny hopper. I have this one video, I kid you not. Where Umar, if you go back far enough, he actually combined black people and Latinos. You know, these days he talks bad about Latinos, but if you go back in the day, it wasn't like that. He was talking black and brown people. A lot of people don't know about that about Umar. A lot of his rhetoric about the race stuff that's way crazy. It's more recent phenomenon with Umar, including the snow bunny stuff. Now he talked about it then, but not like he talks about that all the time. But I remember there's one video where there's a white woman who's sitting in the front row and she's recording Umar. Like, you can tell she's all into it, and she has a daughter, and the daughter looks to me, and I'm very sure that the daughter's father is black. So you should see how Umar caters his talk. He's very careful with what he says. He even addresses a little girl at one point. Yeah, and you know, this princess right here. So he knows that the little girl's mama's right there who's white. So he's very careful, Rod, with how he addresses some of these topics dealing with white people in particular. See, Umar, he's a trip. A lot of it's just rhetoric. A lot of the race stuff and whites, you know, the white people are all, he said it, that all white people are racist. This type of stuff, that's rhetoric. Because if you put him in front of white people, he will play the part. You know, he'll act decent. You know, you put him in front of DJ Vlad and he's all prim and proper. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Umar's funny in that way. He really is. But that's the shenanigans. People got to be clear about Umar's shenanigans. He's a phenomenal actor. I'll put it that way. Okay. All right. Thanks, Rod. Let me go ahead and pull this video up. I'm going to go pull up these other videos too to show you all and give you guys an example, because winter is coming, and this is a very difficult time for Umar. I think it's also tied to his childhood too. Here we go.
Candidates do not write their own speeches when it comes to speaking at their respective parties' national convention. Please improve your listening comprehension skills. Please improve your listening comprehension skills. Please improve.
See how he disrespects his audience? And he's repeating it over and over again. Okay.
Your listening comprehension skills. So what were the messages that the white power structure put into Vice President Harris's speech? A couple of messages. Number one, immigrants are the future of America. That's number one. Oh, yes. People of color are the future of America. People of color does not include black. People of color is a code word that we're talking to all non-black people of color. So that's number one. People of color are not included in the future. Excuse me. People of color are the future of America. American Africans are not. People of color are the future of America, but American Africans are not. Didn't you find how strategically they played to black people? They had a black anchor. They had a black band. They had Al Sharpton. They had my beautiful sister, Kerry Washington, who's a fabulous orator. A fabulous orator, but a Democratic Party plantation.
Notice how I've pointed this out about Umar. He says he's a fabulous orator, but then he says, but, and then what does he do? He said, Al Sharpton. Ooh, ooh. But do you see what he does? He says about Kerry Washington. He said, is it Sherry or Kerry? Something like that. That she's a great orator, but then he says, but, and then he says something negative. He never says anything positive about living black people. And if he does, he'll right after that. I told people this the other day. What does he do? He starts talking. He starts talking trash. That's Umar. See, Umar can never give people credit. He can never say something positive. Okay. Everything, and he may say something positive to start, but then he says, but, and then he goes to the negative. He does it every single time. You Umar Johnson followers, watch that, because this is what I'm getting at with Umar. When you guys say that I'm trying to tear black people down, or Ayo Jojo, or Liki, or East B, or Julia, or Rod, y'all trying, Nikki, you guys are trying to tear a black man down. No, that's not the case at all. The thing is that I offer criticism, and it's legitimate criticism and analysis of Umar Johnson, and I have all the receipts to back it all up. But see, Umar, he simply attacks black people. Everything he says about black people is negative. Rarely does he say anything positive. And when he does say something positive, he comes back with a but, and then he starts talking shit. That's Umar. Umar's whole platform is about tearing black people down. When he talks about male-female relationships, everything's all negative. That's tearing black people down. When he talks about black women and how y'all can't raise your kids right, well, that's tearing black people down. When you talk about you black men, you guys dead outside your race, blah, 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 that's tearing black men down. When he talks about Oprah, when he talks about Michael Jordan, when he talks about Kobe Bryant, he talks about Vanessa Bryant, tearing a Latino. And the young lady, she's not young, but the woman, she's a widow. He will attack widows. He'll talk trash about LeBron James. He'll even go so far as attack LeBron James' kids. What kind of man attacks other people's kids? But I'm not surprised, because that's what Umar Johnson fathers they've done to my children. So I have to keep my children offline to the best of my ability, because you guys been made the kind of foolishness I've seen. That a lot of y'all Umar Johnson fathers, you mimic Umar's behavior, and it's all abusive. If you think about it with some sense, you would say, I shouldn't be doing that. But because Umar has done it, and then he will tell you to do it, you guys will fall in line. Some of y'all do it unconsciously. You don't even realize it. Umar talks he talks trash about black people. I was going to say Jesse Ventura. Here we go. Jesse Jackson. He hates Barack Obama with a passion. I can go on and on. I go on and on. And he don't like Al Sharpton. That is pretty funny. Thank you, Super Chat. Black Wolf says Umar talk all that shit on white folks and police, but remember that you done with this, boss. Where is all that tough talk he wants to? Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up too, just to show you guys. See, Umar, he will get prim and proper when he really is in front of true authority figures, in particular white people, but it could be an authority figure too, like a police officer who's black. I'll pull that up too. Y'all remember that one? Umar was like, "Hey, boss." I'm gonna put right here, "Hey, boss." That's all I'm gonna put to remember to go get it. Thanks, Black Wolf. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm going. It's Carrie. Okay, Carrie Washington. My bad. I'm gonna pull it up, Black Wolf, in just a minute. Okay. What's up, bitty? Sasha, you already know Prince of Pan Pizza didn't look at some water before he started this rant. I can smell it through the video. But that's because he's living out of he's probably slept in his car in this situation. Look at his skin. I can tell. You know, there was someone who was in a chat room and they said they were homeless before, and they said they can tell that Umar's homeless, and you can tell he hasn't bathed or anything like that. He probably slept in the car, and he woke up and he figures he'd go ahead and live stream. That's why he looks like this. Yeah. Now I'm not saying that Umar that he lives inside his car all the time. It's a rental car, but that's not what I'm saying. But there are times when he doesn't have the money to go to a hotel motel, so he doesn't have a choice. And if he can't go sleep at someone's house, I'm sure there's women that he tries to sleep at their house. You see, but at a certain point, they probably don't want him in there. Who would want? Look at any of you women want Umar sleeping inside your house? Can you imagine this guy? Trash all over the place, dirty drawers on the floor. He'd be turning the heat down, and yeah. Well, hey, what you doing in there? Hold on a second, I got to turn the heat down. He locked himself in the bathroom. That's crazy. He'd be ranting on the phone. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no woman going, not a decent woman, but they ain't gonna want Umar living inside their house. So I'm sure he's had time where he can go stay with a woman here or there, but at a certain point, he done ran through another. They're like, you ain't staying up over here. Well, I just need to take a shower. If I can just take a quick shower. See, I can see him doing that. See? But at the end of the day, when he don't have the money, he don't have a place to stay. What did he have to do? He has to stay inside. I'm sure he slept inside his rental car. There's times I'm sure he slept up there in them trap bandos up there in Wilmington. See? But he don't go up there anymore. I really think people are looking for him. That's to be honest with you. Okay, I'm speculating right here. Okay, I'm speculating. I think people are looking for Umar, and so he rarely goes up there. That's why he got like 40 cameras up there. It's like a jail. It's like, you know what I'm saying, he don't go up there like he used to. And when he goes up there for paint day, he has security guards up there. You know that's bad. You're supposed to be opening up a school. You got to have security guards up there just so you can paint and feel safe. That's crazy. I know some of you women probably be, oh, come on, Umar. Yeah, you can go ahead. You know, because there are men like that. You know, they have women that they might not even be dealing with them intimately, but let me just stay with you. You know, let me just stay with you for a couple of weeks. Let me stay with you a couple of days or for a week or so before I got to go and catch this flight. I just, I'm in town. I don't want to have to fly back. You know, Umar, I don't have to fly back back to Wilmington or drive back. It's too much. I would rather I just stay with you. You know. We could just hang out, I'll eat, I'll sleep. I'm not going to bother you or nothing. And when I got to catch this other flight out of this city that's 20 minutes away, that way I don't have to go back. I could just catch this flight and go because I got to go save the black boys. So you women be like, yeah, okay. Okay. Now, I highly doubt that any of the women in the Cook Crush chat would be down with that. Okay. Anyway. But see, you can't do that forever. At a certain point, the women are like, no, you can't come stay with me. Okay. You're a bum. So no, you can't stay with me. And so the Umar's probably over the last decade or so, that's what he's been doing. So, he just doesn't have it like that, like he used to. FDMG People says Umar is famous for saying no disrespect when talking about black folks, then disrespecting the very next sentence. Absolutely. I have a whole, what was it? See, now I forgot there was something else I was going to say. Oh, no, I got it. I have a whole section in my notes that's specifically about Umar disrespecting black parents, disrespecting black people, disrespecting black children, and disrespecting black celebrities. And you're right. There are times where he'll say no disrespect. Then he say what? But, and then he goes through the process of disrespecting. So Umar Johnson fathers really look out for that, because you can't use the excuse that we're trying to tear a black man down when that's all Umar Johnson does is tear black people down. Listen carefully. See? Now, real quick, do I clown Umar too much sometimes? Yeah. Okay, but it's funny. You know, it's part of the entertainment value. But I'm not here to disrespect Umar. I'm here to show you the receipts and to provide the evidence. Now, someone brought up the whole thing about him when he's in front of authority figures. I'm gonna pull that receipt up. I said how Umar, he doesn't like, when I'll say he don't like cold, he don't like the cold. See? And I don't mean to go here, but as a man, you should be able to deal with the elements. And even if you don't like being in the cold, you don't like to be in the heat, you should learn how to deal with those elements. Because the alternative is that there's something that needs to be done outside that's in the sun, or that's in the snow or cold or sleet, whatever. The alternative is to have the woman go out there and do it. That's crazy. I'm not going to have my woman shoveling snow. That's crazy. I mean, I'll shovel snow for my neighbor because she didn't. I think about it now. I probably shouldn't have did that because she was got on my nerves. But because she didn't have no man, I said, let me go ahead and shovel her snow so she don't have to. Because one time she had her daughter out there. I said, that's crazy. Her daughter was like 11, 12. I said, you need. So I went ahead and did it. She was like, oh, thank you so much. Okay. I'm not going, no, the idea of having women out there shoveling snow, being out there in the elements like that, that's not what manhood is about. You're supposed to keep women safe from that stuff. Now, if women want to shovel the snow, am I saying you can't do it? No, but I would much rather me get out there and sacrifice the body, as it were, that's how I look at it, than for you to have to go do it. That's just me. But Umar doesn't have that, and he said it. I can pull up the video where he says he was never taught to work with his hands. And I think that well, let me not even say it. I'm gonna go there. Never taught to use his hands. I'll pull that up too. All right, let me let this play. I'm gonna pull up these receipts because we got to start making some progress. We're almost an hour in now. And I said I was gonna limit my diatribes. Prince of Pan, Papa John's wearing all that. Yeah, you read it. Yeah, I told you it was Pyru. I'm just playing. I'm just playing, blood. Okay. Thanks, Rodium. Let me let this play. I'll be right back.
Nonetheless, but a fabulous orator. They had D.L. Hughley come on out there. They had the Central Park Five come on out there. They played to black people's emotions very well. They played to black people's emotions very well.
That's what Umar does.
They played to black people's emotions very well, but they strategically and effectively did not discuss black people at all. Are you feeling me? Where my deep thinkers at? This is a message for deep thinking Africans. Emotional plantation party members, get off the feed right now. This is not a conversation for Democratic Party plantation slaves. This is a conversation for independent African thinkers. This is a live for independent African thinkers. If you are not an independent African thinker, you don't want to hear this message. If you are not an independent African thinker, you don't want to hear this message. If you are not an independent African thinker, you don't want to hear this message. The imagery was all for black people. The imagery was all for black people. The imagery was all for black people. The messages were completely devoid of anything relevant to black people. They used the imagery to appeal to Africans. The message was completely irrelevant to American Africans. Kind of reminds me of the last Transformers movie. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of the last Transformers movie where they played hip hop music throughout the whole movie. Rise of the Beasts. Rise of the Beast. They played all black hip hop music in the last Transformers movie but the main character was a person of color. The main character was a person of color. There were almost no black people in the movie. The sidekick sister was in the movie. The beautiful African sister was in the movie, but outside of her, there were hardly any black people in Transformers, but they played hip hop music through the whole movie. So if you were not a deep thinker, you will think Transformers had a bunch of black actors, but it only had one black actor, but they played hip hop music.
What?
The Democratic National Convention, they used black music. They played Beyonce. They had a black band. They had Al Sharpton, D.L. Hughley, the Central Park Five.
See, he's jealous of D.L. Hughley. That's really what it is.
But no messages for black people in Kamala Harris's speech.
Rod, this has been a problem with Umar for I don't know how long. He really has this problem where he be spitting all over the place, and he doesn't have the self-awareness either to correct the behavior. Okay, Al Sharpton he knows not to do this. Anyway, he doesn't even have the self-awareness to change the behavior. He's been doing this for many years now. Okay, and thanks for super chat. People keep saying Al Davis. Hey, Bobby, how you doing, Bobby? Da, 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 da. Bobby's here. Okay, here we go.
No messages for black people in Kamala Harris's speech. No messages for black people in Kamala Harris' speech. What you heard was immigrants over and over again. Her Indian mother, who raised her after separating from her father, she bigged up immigrants. She bigged up immigrants. Barack Obama bigged up the rainbow. Joe Biden bigged up the rainbow. Kamala Harris is bigging up the immigrant. Black people, we're done. Black people, we are done unless we decide to save ourselves. I want y'all to hear me tonight. Kamala Harris made sure not to touch on anything that matters to black people. Kamala Harris made sure not to touch on anything that matters to black people. Her message was clear. Immigrants are the future. Immigrants are the future of America, which makes sense because white people are losing their numbers. Which makes sense because white people are losing their numbers. Which makes sense because white people are losing their numbers. And so the people of color are the new probationary whites in America. I hope you American Africans are listening to me. I hope you American Africans are listening to me. I hope you American Africans are listening to me. People of color is the new code word for temporary Caucasian. People of color is the new code word for probationary Caucasian. I hope you're listening to me. People of color is the new code word for symbolic Caucasian. I hope y'all listening. And black people, part of this is our fault. American Africans, first of all, the melanin is dripping in Virgo season because the Leo sun is in the sky every day. Melanin's drip. The melanin is dripping right now, brothers and sisters. I look fabulous, if I might say so myself.
There you go.
My African DNA, my ancestral lineage is shining through. Not a lineage of slaves, but a lineage of freedom fighters. Not a lineage of slaves, but a lineage of the enslaved.
What are you talking about?
Not a lineage of slaves, but a lineage of the free. See, unlike you Negroes.
See how negative he is? Talking about black people, tearing black people down. See, Umar really thinks he's superior to black people. Yeah.
Unlike you Negroes, I don't believe there were slaves in America before 1865.
Huh?
There were enslaved Africans in America, but there were no slaves. Enslaved, you are forced. Slave, you are willing. Enslaved, you are forced. Slave, you are willing. Are you?
What in the world is this guy saying? Once you're enslaved, you're a slave. What are you talking about? Does anyone get this? I don't even remember him saying this before. I don't know. What is going on? Hey, he sound like Kanye West now. These black people, he's like, yeah, it was a choice. I said, boy, y'all crazy. I don't get this one. Could Chris chat? Y'all gonna have to help me out on this one. I don't know what he's talking about. It don't make no sense. Maybe I'm missing something. Let me see. Maybe he explained.
Follow me, brothers and sisters. Give me some hearts from the queens and some fists from the kings. Are you following me, my unapologetically African anti-snow bunny alpha males? Are you following me, my unapologetically African anti-snow puppy queens out there?
Yeah, snow puppies are white men. Snow bunnies are white women. Okay, but see now, if white people were saying things like black puppies and black bunnies, now it's Black Lives Matter time. Black people in the outrage. Umar be like, I can't believe they talk. See how they treating us. But Umar can talk like that. Yeah, but black people can't be racist. No. Just turn the words around. Just make black white and then say the same thing. And you tell me if it's not a problem. It's insulting. It's insulting both ways. If it was a black person saying black bunnies or black puppies, talking about human beings. But somehow Umar gets a pass.
We were enslaved before 1865. We volunteered to be slaves after 1865.
His racist rhetoric is just plain poison. I don't know who agrees with anything he says. Well, see, Laurie, there are people that do agree. And thanks for being a member, too. There are people who actually believe Umar's rhetoric, but you're right. He is extremely racist. His rhetoric, let me explain something to you guys about Umar. Whenever he talks black-white, if you turn around a percentage of what he says about white people and say it, just change it to black, people would be outraged. You'd be like, that's the most racist thing you can say. But because it's coming from Umar, it's okay. But you let a white person say the same thing that Umar says, but just change it from white to black, or from white to black. And all of a sudden that person is the most racist white person that people have ever seen. But somehow Umar gets a pass. Umar talks so horribly about black people, period. Even if he's not talking about, quote unquote race, just how he talks to black people. If you had white people online talking to black people like that, they would be considered to be the ultimate racist. But somehow Umar gets a pass. See, this is one of the big problems with a lot of these internet-based leaders, especially ones that come out of the black conscious community. They twist things up so bad, horribly. You see, and then people fall in line with the rhetoric, and there are people who actually believe it. But the way I look at it is that if racist rhetoric is racist rhetoric, it doesn't matter if it's coming from one person or another person. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. It don't even matter if it's a cat or a dog. These cats and dogs, they be racist. It don't matter. Racist rhetoric is racist rhetoric, but somehow Umar gets a pass. That's very dangerous too. One thing I've noticed people have been commenting too, especially during yesterday's live stream, they were commenting how a lot of what Umar says, the rhetoric itself is so antiquated. Because black people, like in the 60s, the rhetoric, it was a lot different than the 70s and then in the 80s and getting into the 90s, a lot different. But a lot of the white man this and the white man that and a lot of that stuff is so antiquated. It's a whole different world. I mean, we're 50 years removed from that, from a lot of that rhetoric from back in the day. And it's played out, but Umar still holds on to that rhetoric. But you let white people say the types of things, say the same types of things that Umar says about black people or about white people. You let a white person say that about black people, and all of a sudden that person is the leader of the KKK, and everyone's up in arms, and it's Black Lives Matters time. But somehow Umar gets a pass.
65. We were enslaved before 1865. We volunteered to be slaves after 1865. We have been pushing multiculturalism to our own detriment for the last 24 years. I'm scolding the black bourgeoisie. I'm scolding the Negro elite. I'm scolding.
See, the black bourgeoisie, the Negro elite, all of this is negative talk about black people. And he's been talking, ranting about the black bourgeoisie for a long time. But I think Umar wanted to be part of that because he has a sense of superiority over black people and because he has all these degrees. See, how he defines the black bourgeoisie is all these people who have all of this, education from white institutions, and they're highly successful, and they got to make all this money, but they don't do anything for black. Well, guess for black people. But Umar don't do nothing for black people either, except run his mouth. And he's homeless, but he wants to be a part of that clique. That's why he always attacking the celebrities. He would call them the elite, the black elite, and he has a lecture where he says it's the four families, the four groups of black families. And this family, they're in charge of the media, Oprah. This family, he has names for them too. This family, they're in charge of the entertainment, the sports in particular, or that would be Michael Jordan. And he talks all this trash about each one of them. I was watching that. I said, this guy, he's nuts. He's nuts. Okay, let's go.
The black church. I'm scolding the black secret societies. I'm scolding black America. Did we or did we not push multiculturalism since the year 2000? True or false? Doesn't every other black person you know talk about how they love all people? They don't see color. Talk black to me right now, Africans. Did we not, for the last quarter of a century, tell the whole world we love everybody and we don't want no special treatment? We don't want no favors. True or false, brothers and sisters? Did we not dig the ditch? What? Did we not dig the grave that Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris have pushed us into? Did not the American African people?
Yeah, tell me, Tim.
Did we or did we not dig the grave for the past 24 years that Barack, Biden, and Kamala are going to push us into? We created this people of color multicultural comfortability. We made it comfortable for them to ignore us for the POCs. And when I say POC, I'm speaking of peoples of color. When I say POC, the POCs, we got the LGBTs and now we got the POCs.
Here we go.
We got the LGBTs and now we got the POCs. Immigrants who are coming to remove the American African. New York and Chicago were only the testing grounds because they are the two largest and the two strongest black communities. New York City and Chicago was only the testing ground because they were the two largest and the two strongest black communities. Once Kamala
scolding and begging with the scolding and begging with the same mouth. Okay. I know that's one thing is incredible about Umar. He talks so much trash and he be talking about black people so bad. He be scolding black people, mainly really successful black people, but then he be begging so much. This guy's been begging now. This guy's been begging since 2014, specifically for these trap bandos. It's a decade of begging. But then he has the nerve to scold black people, successful black people, the same successful black people that Umar wishes that he was part of that. And, the truth is he could have been 6 degrees, great orator. At least then he doesn't have that same ability these days. But back in the day, because I've been looking at the older stuff of Umar, he had the skill. He could have been widely successful. And see, the thing is, he had every single again, his childhood wasn't great. Him being sent away from his mama. But again, he had an issue. The relationship with his mama was not ideal. The enmeshment was a problem back then. I think there was other stuff going on with Umar too, that his daddy didn't talk about, and definitely Umar wouldn't talk about, in terms of Umar being older and having all these younger children around. I'll leave it at that. But they shipped him away. No one else was shipped away except Umar to a private school, military academy. And for Umar, it caused more damage than good. But if you really think about this, Umar, he's been, he's had every opportunity to be successful. He's able to get into college. He gets all of these degrees. He had a career, but he tricked it off because he was always belligerent. He was always going against the grain. He was always combative, just like his daddy. Now, his daddy simmered down because he's gotten older, but I can tell. See, See, Umar had everything that he needed to be successful, and then he wouldn't have to be online begging all the time. There's no excuse for that. He had a career, but he tricked it off. I have a video where one of his, I will just say his superiors, they were like, Umar, why do you have to keep doing this? You know, if you're patient and you just, play by the rules and stop going against everything. I'm paraphrasing. You could be running all of this in about 4 or 5 years. I think he said 4 or 5 years. Could have been 6 years, something like that. But Umar's need for control and power and then money too, and he's jealous of other black people in his field, he couldn't contain himself. He just keeps ruffling feathers. He keeps muddying the water. He keeps going against the grain, just like his dad. That is the same way. And as a consequence, he tricks off his whole career. See, why would you spend over a decade in school just to trick off a career that you worked so hard to get to? And then after all this time, he gets online and he's reduced to just begging every single time he's online. And then he has the nerve and the audacity to scold the same group of people that he could have been part of, that he really secretly desires to be part of. It's he's a complex individual. I see it like a whole bunch of interconnected circles, and everything is winding around each other. Everything's just windings. Everything's, all these different things. Umar's childhood, Umar, having this ability to orate, Umar having this need for sexual exploitation, Umar needing money all the time. All this stuff is intertwined, and it's very much complex, But he had everything that he needed in order to be successful in life, but he tricked it all off. He can't blame anyone else, but he will scold the same people who are far more successful than he is, black people, and he can scold them while at the same time begging. That's wow. Thanks, Brian Tisdale, for the super chat. Rod says, talk black to me sounds like Vicky. Yeah, I heard she says, now that's another scammer too. I have to say, I don't follow her or anything like that, but she be selling like, prayer scarves or prayer something. And then there's these little drum things that you can get off of Amazon for like a couple of bucks, and she paints them or something and then sells them for multiples of that. And then she has these little potions that she sells, and there's different scents, and this one's supposed to, I remember she was talking about a credit card, something like Umar, a Vicky Diller credit card or something like that. She has a criminal record too. She tried to spin it like she was a political prisoner. She ain't no political prisoner. She was a criminal. And like I said before, Jaz Ali, same thing. They get online, and what they do is they continue to figure out ways to get money out of people, because in the real world, they got their criminal record follows them. And instead of doing the hard work to get a decent job and work your way up and they regain trust in society, they don't want to do that. They just get online and they just keep hustling and scamming however they can scam. And I'm not saying that Jaz Ali still does that, but I know that she did that in the past. I can pull up receipts on that because we've covered that in the past. But for sure, Vicky Dillish is still selling this nonsense. There's other stuff she sells too. I'm like, man, that's crazy. I mean, you really have to be desperate for money if you're figuring out ways to put together potions and shit. I said, what in the world? It's 2024. You talking about potions? And if it works, well, why don't it work for you? If this potion is supposed to get you a man, or let me not even go there. If this potion is supposed to get you some money, that's a money potion, well, you shouldn't have no problem. Take the potion and become a billionaire. Then you don't have to be on. Let me stop. Anyway, Vicky Diller was part of the camp over there with Boyce Watkins too. Thanks, Rob. Okay. Let's take a quick little break. We're at the hour mark, and we're kind of doing good on time, but I want to pull up some examples of what I mean, because I brought up this thing about Umar being cold. And actually, let me do this. Let me pull up one other thing. I'm gonna go ahead and play this. I'll be right back.
Gets elected, they are going to take the migrant crisis national. Oh, yes. Jackson, Mississippi, Memphis, Tennessee, Detroit, Michigan, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Little Rock. The immigration crisis is coming to a black community near you. I said the immigration crisis is coming to a black community near you. I said the immigration crisis is coming to a black community near you. Kamala Harris made it clear. The future of America is the future of probationary whites, symbolic whites, the POCs, people of color. People of
He just making this up. Now let me pull up some receipts, because I told people about Umar and this issue of he just doesn't like to be cold. Now there's a couple of things that's tied into that. Number one, the fact that he doesn't like to be cold. Understand that in Wilmington, Delaware, it gets really cold. Matter of fact, if there's anyone here, if you want to take the time and go look at wintertime, how cold does it get in Wilmington, Delaware? Mind you, these buildings up there in Wilmington, Delaware, they don't have a working HVAC system, so there's no heating. So if you have these larger buildings that are sitting inside in Wilmington, Delaware, when the winter comes around, Umar stopped going up there altogether. There's only a couple of times where I've seen him up there. He was shoveling snow one time. You can tell he didn't know what he was doing. He wasn't even holding the shovel the right way. And then he started dancing. I kid you not. He started like dancing with his feet. I said, something wrong with this guy, but I think he was trying to keep warm. Okay, that's a problem in and of itself. If you're going to be building a school from the ground up, and you stated, and I'm going to play that receipt too, you stated you don't know how to work with your hands, but then also he has an issue of getting cold really easily. That's a problem in himself. You're supposed to be a man. You should know how, if you're going to do something like this project going to collect millions of dollars, you should know how to work with your hands. You should know how to put up drywall. You should know how, to drill a hole in the wall, or mount a TV screen, or any of this basic stuff that we should know as men to do. You need to change out a light socket. You need to, change a light bulb. I've never seen him with a tool belt. I have a couple of toolboxes. They got power tools and everything. And not that I'm using it every single day, but I have it just in case. Okay? I get out when I used to make my wife a garden. I get out there, be sweating and stuff. She'd be looking down. You need something to drink? Yeah, baby. Okay? I take my shirt off and I take the shirt off and all of that sweat start drip. One time our neighbors, these white ladies, they was up at the top looking at it. My wife saw them and she's like, they was looking at it. I said, no, they weren't. Yeah, they were talking about you too. I said, well, they want some of that hot fudge. Anyway, it's relevant because Umar, all of these talking points and how he disparages all these successful black men, but this guy, he doesn't even know how to do basic things. He should be able to work with his hands. It also shows that his father wasn't there, because his father was in the military as a mechanic. I know how to, work on cars and stuff too. Okay, I don't do it as much these days. I just pay for it, but I used to do it myself to save money. Okay? So all this is relevant, and it's relevant to FDMG, and for all of Umar's criticisms. I said in the past that Umar's marshmallow. This is another example of what I mean. Okay, so I'm going to play you guys a couple of examples. There's more that I can show, but I'm just going to play a couple of them. Let me do a screen share. And these are older Umar Johnson videos, but I have all these, documented and archived in my timeline for the documentary. Okay, let me know if you guys can hear the audio. Here's the first one. This is him in Detroit back in 2014. Listen carefully.
If I catch one of y'all, put y'all kids in one of them studies, I'm gonna kick you butt. We got a sister, right? She's in.
So you kick your butt, the threats.
Bobsledding, first sister to win the medal on bobsledding. I don't do ice and cold, but Asia Evans won the bronze medal for bob.
You hear what he said? He says, I don't do ice and cold. Okay, what does that mean exactly? All right, let me pull up the next one. Watch this. It's really interesting. Here we go.
An alternative behavior. Obtain or alternative behavior, same thing. Fourth function of behavior is a biological need. What do I mean by that? Some kids can't work when it's too hot in the class. Some kids can't work when it's too cold at home. Me, I'm very sensitive to cold. Anemia runs in my family. I'm not anemic, but I'm pre-anemic. I'm right there at the line. So I'm the type of dude who will have on a winter leather coat August the 1st.
Medication to drive.
You don't need medication for most visits to the hospital. But to tell you that your children need medication in order to get an education. I feel a fan on me. Where that's coming from? Nah, put it to the audience. I'm a Leo. Give me the heat.
This is one of them little fans. It's not like a shop fan or nothing like that. Just one of them little old fans. It's probably on the ground, you know, like one of them little ones. Because he couldn't even see it. Well, I mean, I got plenty more of these because when I was going through these are old videos. This is a really important video right here. This is the one in Umar in Little Rock. This is from 10 years ago, 2014. But I've been going through these older videos, and you guys would be amazed at how many times he mentions this. Let me give you one more, then we're gonna move on. I'll show the video of Umar when the police was searching his vehicle. I'll just show one more. Okay, here we go.
But it's been an honor to be back here in Houston. I look forward to coming back again and again. This is my second visit, but it won't be my last. And I know I travel a lot, but I'm gonna try to get to you at least twice a year. I got Phoenix next week. And I don't know what's going on in the weather, but it's been cold everywhere. I was in Florida, it was cold in Florida. I said, when I come to Houston, I'm gonna get some sun. It's cold here. I hope it ain't cold in Phoenix too. What the heck is going on? Brothers and sisters.
And this also ties to what I used to say before. And see, remember I used to say this years ago, but I didn't get this understanding until more recently because I've been going through these older videos. Like within the last, month? I would say the last month. I said, wait a minute, this guy really does have an issue with the code. But remember years ago, hit the one. I was saying, good Chris chat, hit the one, if you guys don't mind. I was saying how Umar, he's triggered when winter starts to come. Like right now, winter's coming. Okay, we're getting closer to winter, starts to cool down, especially out there in Wilmington. It gets really cold out there. But what I noticed was that when winter comes, Umar he just starts freaking out. You know, he starts ranting more. He starts getting all but I think it's just that whole cold thing. So why would you purchase these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware? It gets really cold out there. I'm gonna look up how cold it gets. I asked people earlier, but I'll go and look it up. If anyone check it out, go ahead and post inside chat from now. But I was always amazed at that. So the idea of purchasing these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, where you got all these structural issues anyway, and there's no HVAC, there's no heating in there, it makes no sense. It's like it would be like a freezer. Literally, it'd be like a freezer if it's 10 degrees outside and you don't have any HVAC situation going on inside. It's like being inside a freezer box. It just makes no sense. And then it ties to how I noticed in terms of a pattern with Umar. When it would get cold, when winter would come, you would hear him begging more for people to find him venues, but then you would notice he would try to find venues that are further south. You know, if you're down there in Florida, if you need, I need a venue in Florida, I need somewhere in Texas, Caribbean. He's just trying to fly south for the winter. Now, people would say it doesn't really matter. No, it does matter, because if you're going to open up a school in Wilmington, Delaware, out of all places, and you don't even have HVAC working after all these years, it makes no sense to do that when you have issues with being in the cold. This also goes to what I was saying before, Umar's marshmallow. I'm not trying to disparage someone because they don't like the cold. I'm saying that even if it is cold, as a man, you do what you have to do. You guys understand what I'm saying? When I say Umar is a marshmallow, I'm saying that in terms of functionality as a man, he's what we used to call marshmallow. He can't stand the cold. He don't like to be in the cold, but you're going to purchase these buildings in these really cold areas, really, really cold out there in Wilmington, Delaware, which no HVAC, makes no sense. Then he put a little fan on him. He starts acting, I feel a fan on me. Starts freaking out. And then on top of that, you don't know how to work with your hands. It makes no sense. But he sure will take money from black people and keep taking money from black people with no shame whatsoever. Like we were talking about earlier, he has no shame. See, Yeah, Florida, the coldest it gets is 7 degrees. I'm from San Diego. I mean, we didn't really deal with the cold down there. That's as far as, in terms of the West Coast, that's as far south as you can get, right there on the border of Mexico. But I do know that out there in Wilmington, it gets really cold. Let me look it up. I'm going to pull up this other video where Umar, the police, how cold does it get in Wilmington, Delaware in the winter? In Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware, winter temperatures typically range from the 20s to the 40s. January is the coldest month, and you'll notice Umar, he stops going up there. He's flying out. He's trying to get speaking engagements down south every single year. And in January, the coldest month with an average temperature of 27 degrees Fahrenheit. However, temperature can drop as low as 20 degrees Fahrenheit height, or rise as high as 35 degrees Fahrenheit. And then on top of this, when you have the snow, and the snow sits and it's sitting on these buildings and there's no HVAC, it's like being inside of a freezer. So it can actually get even colder. It's like being in the freezer. There's no, I remember, you guys may remember this back in the day. Umar, he was trying to get the smaller gym fixed up, but the idea was he wanted a place to stay in winter. So he's had these little heater, I guess there were heaters installed into the wall. But the idea was that when it gets cold, he can just turn it on and be warm enough to stay there. But it's not going to compensate. Those are that small little unit is not going to compensate for how large that small gym is. It's not a large gym, but relative to that little space that he had, the little office, he was supposed to be in an office. He ain't been inside the trap gyms in years. I want to say years, but I'm going to say at least a year. See, but that all ties to the issue of Umar not being able to work inside of the cold. But see, as someone who's supposedly building a school, that should not be an excuse. And as a man, you shouldn't make that as an excuse. And if that means you have to be up there in the wintertime working on these trap bandos, then you be up there in the wintertime working on these trap. He ain't even up there anyway. Now, I said Umar don't know how to work with his hands. Let me pull up this video from 2013. I got the receipts, don't worry. Oh, wait, this ain't it. Is this it? Let me see.
It's from the store again. Do you know that agribusiness is the #1 business on the planet? Selling and growing food is the #1 money maker on earth, more than gas and oil, and our children don't know how to grow. Look at me. I have 6 college degrees. I can't even grow a weed. Never been taught how to work with my hands.
Y'all hear that? Did the audio play? Hey, how's it going, Erica? Let me know if you guys heard the audio. Look at me. I got 6 degrees, but I've never been taught. Okay, you heard it? Listen, Brian, I don't know what to say on this. See, here's the thing, man. If you don't know how to work with your hands, then go learn how to work with your hands. There's something called YouTube. There's plenty of times where I looked up tutorials on how to fix a certain part on the car. We got a new car now, but on the old car, I would look up, okay, if there's, and now I could go and take it to the shop, pay $600, but if I can go and get the part for $80, $100, and then do the work myself within reason, I'll do that and save some money. That's what I used to do all the time. But there would be parts that needed to be replaced, and I'll say, okay, well, let me go see if I can find a tutorial to see how to fix this part and see if it's reasonable for me to do it. And if it was I said, no, I can do that. But let me watch the tutorial. I'll watch it a couple of times, 3-4 times, then I'll go and I'll work on the car. I have my cell phone there, and I'll walk through the tutorial in order to do it, to work with the hands. So that's not an excuse. But see, it's amazing to me that Umar, he will say things like, I'm a builder and I'm building this, but he don't even know how to work with his hands. What kind of this is it's crazy. Y'all don't think that that's weird? But see, Umar misrepresents himself all the time, including his ability to build a school. He ain't built a doggone thing. I've never seen him with a hammer. That's crazy. Hammering nails, doing some drywall work, something, paint. Well, we've seen him painting. We'll give him that. I know toddlers who can do that. Anyway, Officer says, walrus is like the cold or maybe. Don't do that. Don't do that. He says, walrus is like the cold, or maybe I must have not paid attention in natural sciences, but I think he should go and stay with Maria for the wintertime. Oh man, what's up, man? That's wild. The thing is, I remember. What you want me to play again? Let me know. Information, man. And what's up, man? I remember Tariq Nasheed did a skit where he used a walrus. It was called an Umar. It was a walrus of Umar. That was wild. Okay. Information, man. Let me know what you want me to play again. I'll pull it back up. Someone also says, was he dancing? No, he wasn't dancing with Jose. He just started dancing. Anybody remember that? I can pull that one up too. I'll pull it up for later if I remember. I'll put a note right here. Umar dancing. I remember he was shoveling snow and he just broke out dancing. I said, this guy's such a weirdo. Okay, thanks, Rod, for the super chat. Okay, let's get back. Oh, there's one other thing I want to show y'all, and I have it pulled up right here. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, y'all remember that? Yeah. Yeah, this is it right here. This is right here, Officer Davis. Watch this. What's up, DJ Kelly? Dang, you got 180,000 in tools? Listen, you don't need all that mess. Yeah, you're right. A basic tool set from Walmart or Harbor Freight. Yeah, I got my stuff from Walmart and Harbor Freight. Most recently, I got stuff from Harbor Freight. For $300 was yeah, you're absolutely right about that. I'll probably have maybe estimate probably about 4,000 maybe in tools. Yeah, but 180K, you probably doing like some really serious. You probably working on cars and stuff. Okay, let's go. A professional,
$50
working on cars.
It's worth every penny.
Oh, here we go. Here it is right here. Information. Yeah, he sure was. He was shook.
How y'all doing?
What's up, Chris? What's up, Dominique? Yeah, I know. I remember that one too. Black Anonymous. I remember that one. Y'all ruthless. Someone said, "What's up, T. Jones?"
Can I put my suitcase back together? Is that all right? Or you not done searching?
Oh. See how Umar, he's so prim and proper. This is one of the funniest videos. This is one of the funniest videos ever. We got 800 people in the building. If y'all hit the like button, I appreciate it. I would really appreciate it, y'all. See how Umar, he's supposed to be big and bad. He was like, he did his little hand. That goes to show you how Umar is. He be talking big. I got a video where he was threatening police officers, talking about we need to, I ain't even gonna say it, but he was being extremely reckless with his, remember that? He was talking about we need to blow their heads off or whatever. But look where he's in front of these police officers. Look how he behaved. About as sassy as you want to be. Yeah, you guys gotta see this other video I just found. So ridiculous. He was so he was so sassy. Umar, don't be sassy. Come on now, bro. Don't be sassy. Come on, man. Anyway. You right about that though. Don't be looking through my house. you gotta set the first one for looking through my house. Look at this guy over here asleep.
Once you're done, I'll clean it up, boss. Done.
It's the Prince of Pan Africanism. That's what we talk about here. We talk about the Prince of Pan Africanism. Naeem, you ain't ever seen this. He was like, "Listen, boss. Listen, sir." He said, "I'll clean it up, boss." Was this Juneteenth? I don't know. There was a stage over there. People he was supposed to go over there that they was checking all the cars. Umar, look at Chris. Chris was like, "Huh?" Yes, boss. Yes, boss. I'll clean it up for you, son. Yes, I will. Yes, a boss. Yeah, Tata. You got to know in the folder. Umar, he folded them. That's y'all's principle. He does all. Yes, a boss. I'm gonna clean it. Oh boy, I tell you, Umar funny. He is so funny. Let me take your plate. You gotta get you some cornbread. I'm gonna get you some cornbread and butter biscuits. Yeah, you ain't never seen this, Naeem. Boy, we had a fun time the first time we saw it. I couldn't believe it. We were watching it for the first time. I was like, what did he say? Don't say that. Cam, don't do that. All right. Yeah. Okay, boss. All right, that's y'all's principle. Let me play that one more time. We're gonna get back to it. Here we go.
Once you're done, I'll clean it up, boss. Done.
The officer looked at you like, "What you say to me? What?" He said, "What did you say?" That I was there. Okay, I'll admit it. I was there. Me and Umar been working together all this time. Okay. He got my hairline for sure. I'll tell you that. My stomach is a lot bigger, though. I have to admit that. Yeah, but he definitely has my hairline. All right.
Once you're done, I'll clean it up, boss. Done.
Someone said they wait for Umar to pull out a banjo. I could really do a song on this and use a banjo. He just said, "I was clean it up, boss. I was clean it up, boss. Give me the time. I was clean it up, boss. In due time, I was clean it up, boss. I clean it up, boss. I clean it up, boss." I'm scared, boss. I'm scared. My blue sandals, all my wells. All right. Let me play one other thing, though, for y'all that I just saw it while I was looking for this other video where Umar in the snow. I couldn't find that video. But I want to play something else for y'all. Some of y'all may remember this from way back in the day. Well, actually, it's not that long ago, but check this one out.
Snow White. Snow White and the Seven Coons. I'm working on a new book. It's called Snow White and the Seven Coons. I'm working on my first children's book. It's called Snow White and the Seven Coons, brothers and sisters. Who gonna buy the new book? You gotta is teaching your kids about coonology in the global African diaspora. It's called Snow White and the Seven Coons. Yes. Yes. Snow White and the Seven Coons. Dr. Umar's children's book. Dr. Umar's children's book. Snow White and the Seven Coons, brothers and sisters. Add me on WhatsApp, 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. Snow White and the Seven Coons. I need an illustrator. Do we have any black children's book illustrators? I don't care if you're from South Africa.
See, the thing is, he makes it up and then he starts building this whole thing. He says, I need black illustrators. I have a video where he was from a long time ago, like over a decade ago, where he was talking about a full colored black conscious magazine. And he was telling people to send in their articles to put in the magazine. I can pull it up, but I'm going to do it. We got to get going. But when I saw it, I said, this guy, this is from long time ago. I'm not going to pull it up, but let me tell you, I'm going to look to see how long ago this was. He said things recently that are similar to that. When you're talking about a comic book, this was in 2014. It was going to be a magazine. No, that's not it. That's an interview. A full color magazine called Unapologetically African. This was back in 2015. Never came to pass. I can pull it up. Let me just do this. This is going to be the last pull up. Okay. Then we got to get back to these videos. Let me see. What's the timestamp on this? 7-minute, 30-second mark. Hope y'all, my daughter, she been on her phone talking to her friends. They be video record. They be talking forever. I said, go and do your thing. So if you guys here, I hope y'all don't mind. Let me do a screen share on this one. And then I'll get to these super chats. And everyone too. Thanks for super. And also, yes, thanks for all the super chats and people send me some cash app too. I appreciate the support. I really do. I don't take any of that for granted. I never have, and I never will. I'm very appreciative. Here's the video. Let me play this for y'all right quick. This is what I mean by this guy. He's been scamming and just making up stuff, and he just creates these whole narratives about it, and none of it's true. Check this out.
Our quote, and then we do the Q&A. I'm working on a magazine, a full color magazine. Listen up. It's going to be called Unapologetically African.
Y'all hear this? Cook Rush Chat. Do you hear this guy? This is back in 2015. I have this other video. He says that there's 3 stages to opening up FDMG. That the first stage was to complete his book. The second stage was to, what was it? Oh, his documentary, Shockumentaries, and that would have been in 2014. And then the next phase would be to open up the school. He didn't finish this comic, but I know where it was leading to. He was saying that it was going to open in 2015. So, in other words, 2013, he said, I finished that. I believe it was in 2013. That's when he finished that book, the first book. He said that's the stage 1. The next stage is to do his shockumentary, which would be in 2014. And then he didn't finish it, but this is where he was going with. The school was supposed to open. Therefore, that would be the last stage because everything builds upon the next. That would be in 2016. Okay, you hear that? Let me play it again. This is from 2015, and he still don't have no magazine.
Our quote, and then we do the Q&A. I'm working on a magazine, a full color magazine. Listen up. It's going to be called Unapologetically African. A magazine of Pan African culture, health, diet, lifestyle, politics. I invite everybody in here to submit an article. 1,000 word maximum. 1,000 word maximum. Please send me a picture with the article, because if you get selected to be in my magazine, we need your picture. You can submit more than one article.
I feel so bad for these people. Boy, he done scammed so many black people. And back then he got a bit more people coming out, but yeah, he just making things up and lies on top of lies like Wakanda Fried. And I feel bad for these people. Yeah, I mean, there's more stuff. Yeah, I know the volume's really, really low. If I put this in the documentary, I'll fix the volume. I always equalize normalize the audio. I really take very special care for the audio because I'm a musician, or at least I used to be a musician. But yeah, he just makes up stuff.
If you got it going on, all your articles might make it in. Your article could be on anything you want. Black woman, you can write about being a single mom. If you do natural hair, you can write about hair care tips.
See how he's framed us as black women, you're single moms, because that's his target demographic. You see, he doesn't say, mothers talk about how you and your husband are working to do this for your child. He doesn't do that. Everything is framed under this idea that all you black women are single mothers, and he's the answer. He's the one that's going to come and save you. So give up the draws and give up the money.
You can write about police brutality, racism, life in Phoenix. Okay? You could do a book review. You could do a poem. You could do a movie review, a piece of artwork, whatever you want.
He's making this up.
So everybody around the world will read your article. Elders, youth. Okay, you ain't got to be no Pan Africanist either. I invite my Moorish brothers, my Hebrew brothers, my Nation of Islam brothers, my European brothers, my guys and nurses. It's about all of us. Okay, you got to put them ideologies. You got to respect everybody's ideology. Come together as family. You understand? Right. Okay, I work with brothers and sisters in every ideological camp. Okay, my Nation brothers.
Okay, he lying there too. Okay, let's get back to the video real quick. Naeem says Sam Jackson from the Django Voice, they're gonna work you all day, every day. You're back your mouth. Thank you, boss. I can't believe Umar said boss. All of this rhetoric and talk, and he's talked so bad about police officers. He's done this for a long time. He's also threatened that we're supposed to be attacking these police officers and stealing their guns. I can pull up the receipt. In fact, Naeem, when he did that, he got a lot of backlash. But what he ended up doing after that was he came back and tried to fix it. He says, no, they took the audio of what I said. I said that, but they took the audio of what I said, and they, through audio manipulation, here we go, sabotage. Through audio manipulation, they changed my words. They didn't know about, because I got the original interview. They didn't change his words. That's what Umar said. But see, he'll run his mouth like that. But as soon as he get hemmed up, people were calling him out. He tried to change it, like people took his words and twisted it around. And then, which wasn't true, but then when he's in the presence of a police officer, he's up here talking about boss. He got everything to say about black people and demeaning and disrespecting black people. But at the end of the day, like I said yesterday, now, I mean, I don't know if you were here yesterday, but I said it yesterday. With a lot of this black militancy talk, they be talking all this talk, grandstanding, they got guns and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like a dandelion. You bring it up, you blow, everything just blows away. Well, that's Umar too. He's a marshmallow. He's always been a marshmallow. It's sad because he probably will always be a marshmallow. And yet he think he's Big Papa. He's God's gift to the world. In fact, he's so big and bad that Jesus was born on his birthday. And yet he will get in front of these white people like DJ Vlad, and he's all prim and proper. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then when he gets in front of police officers, oh, yeah, boss. Yes. He sound like Father David. He get in front of police officers. Thanks for the super chat. No, it's true. It's true. That's what I mean by marshmallow. Umar, you just, and he, he don't even want fans on him. Little baby fans. Naeem, he see that. I'll tell y'all when y'all see Umar, let me not say this, but if someone ever went up to Umar with a fan, boy, that's the two things: a fan and a job application. he running. He gonna run. He ain't trying to deal with no job application, and he don't want no little baby fan. Baby fans and job applications. Those two things. All right. Okay. All right, let's get back to the video. Here we go.
Color are the new Americans. White people numbers are down. They're not reproducing. They're trying to isolate the mitochondrial DNA of the African queendom, but they have not been successful. Until then,
people of color will rule you. Let's go to the Caribbean islands for a comparative analysis.
Here you go.
Let's go to the Caribbean islands
What's up,
for a
Jonathan?
comparative analysis. Shall we go to the Caribbean?
Umar A. King Kong, he's Curious George. I used to love those books. I used to love Curious George. He had a cartoon for a while too. He had, you know, that one guy that had on a big yellow hat. I remember that.
Caribbean islands for a comparative analysis. Where all my Caribbean Africans at? Where all my Caribbean Africans at? Where all my Caribbean Africans at? This is the Prince of Pan Africanism coming
What's
to
up,
you
Big
live
Sis?
from Wilmington, Delaware. FDMG Wilmington, Delaware. Hit the Cash App and the PayPal for the School of the Future. FDMG.
See, you got to ask for money. Is he really at the school? Why aren't you out up? He inside the car. He didn't want to get out.
Wilmington,
Dang.
Delaware. Let's go to the Caribbean.
No, they had a falling out. Him and Father David. We covered it 2 weeks ago, I believe. Yeah, check out the archive. Yeah, we were shocked. They fell out. Umar ain't gonna be on that show again.
My Jamaican Africans know this.
Yes, sir.
My Bermudian Africans know this. My Bahamian Africans
Here
know
we
this.
go.
My St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. Lucia, St. Martin, St. Vincent Africans know this. Oh yes, my Turks and Caicos Africans know this. My Grenadian Africans know this. My Guadeloupean Africans
all far
know
away.
this. And do you know what they know?
What, Umar?
They know that before the white man left the Caribbean, he put the brown man and the yellow man in position. Before the white man left the Caribbean, he put the brown man and the yellow man in position to make sure black people could never control those islands again. Talk black to me, Jamaica.
Here we go.
Talk black to me, Haiti. Talk black to me, Grenada. Talk black to me,
What was that lady's name again? Vicky Dillard, right?
St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. Lucia, St. Vincent. Talk black to me. Talk black to me. The white man put the brown man and the yellow man in charge of the Caribbean islands to make sure black people would never control them again. He's about to do the same thing to the black communities of America. There will be an East Indian Caribbean invasion of black America. There will be an East Indian Caribbean invasion of black America. There will be East
Umar is so divisive.
Indians from the Caribbean invading black America and taking over our communities like you have never seen before. This is why calling Kamala Harris a black woman is establishing an East Indian takeover of the American African community. I said this is why calling Kamala Harris a black woman is creating the groundwork for every East Indian.
You know, we're going to have to do a show on this. I know I keep saying, a show on politics wouldn't be specifically addressing the issue of her race, but I just think that it's an interesting topic. You know, it really is. And I don't want to make these Umar Johnson shows about that, but he keeps bringing it up. There's other people who've talked about it too. It's just something it really doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't. You know, maybe it should matter, and maybe it matters to some of y'all. I'm not saying that it shouldn't matter, but to me, it just doesn't matter. But Umar uses it as an opportunity. I don't think it even matters to him whether or not she is. I think he's just using it as an opportunity to attack her. But it has more to do with Umar wanting to get attention, and he doesn't want attention placed on anyone else but himself.
In the Caribbean islands to come to America and say they black. I got news for you. Much to the East Indian family, I have nothing against you.
But
no disrespect to the Asian
see, here he go. He's just been disrespectful. Then he says that.
family, the Chinese, the Latino, the Arab. I have no quarrel with you. I'm simply saying that our oppressor, our former slave master, our colonizer is using you to get rid of us, using you as a proxy and an intermediary to oppress us. And now that black people are calling Kamala Harris black. And let me say this. There's nothing more ridiculous than to hear a Negro say Kamala Harris looks like an everyday black woman. Take in.
Anyway, she was fine though back in the day. I ain't gonna lie. Let me show y'all something on Vicky Dillard real quick. This is what I was talking about earlier. So this is from her website. She has a shop for products. It's two different types of stores. This is a Black History Reader 101. This is by Dr. Claude Anderson for $41.90. Here's an ATM card, and it's a limited supply, but it's just a piece of paper. This is some bullshit. Now I'm looking at it. It's a laminated piece of paper that says ATM. I am Womb Man, issued by Vicky Dillard, Miss Vicky, VickyTV.com. This magical talisman ATM card. It's not an ATM card. What in the world? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. If y'all don't mind hitting the like button, how's it going to feel a beautiful family too, by the way? Y'all hit the like button, I appreciate it. She says ATM card, Erica. You can't put that in nothing. I mean, maybe if you use a Monopoly or something, but come on. It's wild. It's wild. I ain't looked at this. I know about it because people talked about it. It says this magical talisman ATM card is a companion to the. It sounds like Umar's pillows is a companion because these scammers, they all use the same when they write. It all sound the same. This magical talisman ATM card is a companion to the secret money in your womb mastermind. So you women, you got money in your womb. Maybe that's why us men, we be trying to get at that. You know what I'm saying? We trying to get paid. How do we withdraw it? Let me know, okay? I need some money, family. women got money, and it's like women got the money in their womb, and we got nickels in our balls. You know what I'm saying? Let's put this together. We can come up with some changes. It's some raw cash. This was wild. Yeah. Somebody said my womb master. Money in the cooch. I wish I knew this all this time. Me and my wife been together for 12. I was 25. We've been about 23, almost 24 years or something like that. I would have been a millionaire by now, family. I probably have me about 50 kids. Trying to get that money, family. That's what you call raw cash. That's what I'm talking about. What's in your womb? Umar said the womb is a shrine. No, it's a wallet. What's in your wallet? That's wild. If I had only known. Boy, I would have been in them skins 4, 5, 6, 7 times a day. Trying to get paid. Okay, I'm taking it too far. What's in your womb? I didn't know that. Boy, you learn something every single day. All right, let me read a little more of this stuff. This is crazy. It says ATM card. It's a limited supply too, by the way. It probably take her about $2 to put these together. Sell them for $20. Sell them for $30. Okay. It says this magical talisman ATM card is a companion to the secret money in your womb mastermind. You are the ATM. Oh my God. You are the ATM. This laminated card has been brewing spiritually and prayed over to both amplify and remind you to daily activate your womb money magic. I said, what? Keep this in your purse or wallet. Each time you see it, declare, I am the ATM. Only 26 available. I should go and buy 26 of these shits. and see what happens. It says limited supply, so hurry. Price includes product plus shipping and handling. All right, the shipping and handling is $7.95. Allow 2 weeks for regular mailing. No refund. Oh my God, this is crazy. He said, ain't no refunds on this one, family. Talk back to me. It take 2 weeks because you got to print out some new ones. You know what I'm saying? Got to get that green from the dollar store, get the green project paper. It says, disclaimer, prices are subject to change, all rights reserved. By purchasing this product, you agree to abide by the full disclaimer stated here. Let's go see what this disclaimer says. It says this is a bunch of bullshit. Shop with Vicky. These are our terms and conditions for purchasing or enrollment services from this site. By proceeding to purchase, you are agreeing to the terms set below. No refunds. All sales are final. And the company does not offer any money-back guarantees. All right. You recognize and agree that you shall not be entitled to a refund for any purchase under any circumstances. Damn. However, if an honest error or mistake is discovered, we will determine if a refund is appropriate. It sounds like Umar. When purchasing any product from our site, you are to select the appropriate shipping method that applies to your order. We are not responsible for refunding any shipping fees due to selecting the wrong destination, e.g., inside, outside the U.S. You are also agreed to not record or share any digital products in or services. All rights reserved. Okay. Yeah, she has other things on here too. This is just one. I just clicked on that, but she has other stuff on here too. Different books. These are the potions, the manifestation potions. Here's Beyonce for $95.95. Here's Egypt. Here's, I don't even know what this is. Millie's, myself, something else, $95. The Vault, Sea Monsters, Red Sri Yantra, and Ocean. I don't know. Here's a pre-sale order for Venus Magazine spring issue. $40. This is what I was talking about earlier, these small decorative gavels. And you can find these on Amazon for a couple of dollars, but she resells them. It says small, and they're for $35.72. It says small gavels are 6 inches long, approximately each gavel is handmade, and we do not guarantee the color or the exact measurements of the gavel. That's because she orders them off of Amazon, as this is an approximate size. Price includes product plus shipping and handling, which is $7.95. Gavels will be mailed within 14 business days, 2 weeks, probably because she has to get them delivered from Amazon first. 2 weeks of order. No refunds. Prices are okay. Yeah, and then she has another shop too. I guess this is her merch. This is a T-shirt that says "Talk Back to Me" short sleeve for $27.77. All right, and then of course here is the court case. If you guys want to look this up, criminal action number 10 CR00170 MSK. This is from 2012. United States of America plaintiff and Vicky Dillard Crow, a.k.a. Vicky R. Dillard, defendant. Yeah, she has A-list too. A-list is just like Umar. It says this matter comes before the court pursuant to Ms. Dillard's pro se combined motion of judgment and acquittal, blah, blah, blah. On December 16, 2011, a jury convicted Ms. Dillard of 8 counts of mail fraud under 18 U.S.C. 1341 and 8 counts of wire fraud under 18 U.S.C. 3143, all stemming from a scheme by which Ms. Dillard would obtain mortgage loans based on false representations containing in the loan applications. On September 27, 2012, the court sentenced Ms. Dillard to a term of 60 months imprisonment, and upon the government request, immediately remanded her to the Bureau of Prisons. Now, the way she played this off was that she was a political, what does she call it? A political prisoner. No, she was a fraudster. And Zaza Ali was involved in the same type of stuff. You can look up Ginger Daniels, and that court case will come up. Okay, that's just a side note there. Let's see. Let me get to this chapter and get to some of these super chats. I could really do one. I could really do one. It wouldn't be that difficult either. It would be funny. Thanks, Tata. Officer, do you think for a lifetime supply of fish, belly rubs, and protection from polar bears that he will give up FDMG, or do Shark Tiff need a chunk of blood? No, let me be clear about something. And I see what you're saying, but let me be clear about something. The only thing that's going to make Umar give up FDMG is if the authorities really come down on him and come down on him hard. And what I'm talking about is government agencies. They come in, they look at the tax situation and him lying to the IRS. That's the only thing that would cause Umar to give it up. And the reason why I'm saying is because he doesn't have anything else. I mean, let's think about this. Also, if Umar didn't have FDMG, what would he do? And really what I'm saying is that if Umar didn't have FDMG to dangle in front of people like a carrot to get money out of it, what would he do? See, he doesn't make a good enough living with speaking engagements. Now, he could have in the past, but not these days. I mean, he's begging for venues. Oftentimes, they're not even charging. So if they're not charging, it's not like they have a lot of money to give to Umar. He's not drawing people like he used to draw anyway. So even if they do charge, they're not going to really make much money anyway. So Umar, he's nickel and diming. There's no way that he's going to be able to survive and live out his lifestyle simply by doing speaking engagements and selling books. Or even back in the day, he would sell DVDs and CDs back in the day. So FDMG, the idea of FDMG has been his main source of income now for over a decade. What would he do if he didn't have FDMG? He wouldn't give it up. No amount of fish or bacon or anything like that. It's like, let's say if you're able to bring in $200,000 a year, and in the last IRS filing for the fiscal year of 2023, Umar wrote down and he reported $200,000, over $200,000. If you're bringing in $200,000 and only a small fraction of that amount of money is going towards actually doing anything up to abandoned buildings, and the rest of the money Umar's pocketing, why change anything? And he's been doing it for all this time, over a decade. Why change anything? This guy's he's collected millions of dollars and doesn't have anything to show for it. And so the idea of him walking away from FDMG, it's like walking away from, bringing in $200,000 a year. And again, he'll throw a little bit here towards FDMG, but the vast majority of it, he just uses for his own lifestyle. He's been doing this for over a decade now. See? Yeah, that's the only thing I can see that would stop Umar is if government agencies actually step in and say, hey, listen, this is fraud, and it is fraud, and you've been mismanaging money. He's been mismanaging. They audit everything. They audit his PayPal. They audit his CashApp. They audit all of the checks and money orders that he's received, and he has to cash those things someplace that he's received in via his PO box. There was also other things that he used back in the day. They would need to audit digitally that they would use in order to figure out how much money he's collected, and then trace all of it. Where is it all gone? He's also used I can't remember what it's called. I have it, Zelle, and there's another one that he's used too. But even before that, there was other ones that he used. That he doesn't use them anymore. He wouldn't give it up unless government agency stepped in and they literally shut him down. And it may happen. We'll have to wait and see. Thanks for the super chat. Naeem says Sam Jackson and okay, I got that one. Okay, thank you so much. Ups also says that then Umar got dust in his a red lobster. Okay, all right. And then Naeem says, as my mother used to say, lotions, potions, powders, pills, patches, plans, and programs. Okay, now that's wild. The idea that she's selling this stuff, and there are people who are buying it too. Because otherwise she wouldn't be promoting. She actually promotes it. I've seen like videos where she's actually promoting these things. And she has other stuff that she sells too. But the potion stuff, that's just so far out. And she was selling, I didn't see it there, but she was selling, what do they call them? Prayer. Let me see if it'll come up. I'm going to type in Vicky. I think it was prayer scars. Prayer scars. I thought it was prayer. I could be wrong, but that's what I thought I saw her. This was like maybe over a year ago. Maybe she's not selling them anymore, but something like that, where the holy water and all this kind of other stuff, just way out there. These scammers, they'll do whatever they can. They'll throw anything out there. They don't care. And then they tell, I thought it was something like, they would have to audit his PayPal too. Yeah, I thought it was a prayer cloth or something like that. Oh my God. Okay, all right. Thanks, Naeem, for super. Thanks, Officer, for the super chat chats too. I hope I got to everyone. Okay, let's get back to it because I told myself that I wasn't going to be running my mouth, but it is what it is. Here we go.
Any East Indian woman, all due respect to them, take any East Indian woman and put them in some black clothes and give them a black hairstyle and give them some black swag, and they will look just like
she don't have no black hairstyle. What are you talking about?
Your auntie and uncle as well. The East Indian looks the most like the American African because the East Indian India was originally peopled in ancient times by African people. So yes, East Indians have the DNA of the African family because they came from us. So the fact Kamala
came from us. Umar, you ain't African. Well, if she has African ancestry, then Umar, then what's the issue? You talk all this Africa talk.
Harris's skin is brown, that doesn't make her an African. I can show you Chinese with brown skin. I can show you Vietnamese with brown skin. I can show you Arabs with brown skin. That don't make them Africans. They talking about she the same color of us. Most East Indians are your color because their ancient ancestors came from Africa. Vietnamese, I can show you Vietnamese darker than me. They not African. Their ancestors are African. We don't even realize we just threw an alley-oop to the East Indians to colonize the black community. We don't even realize it. So politically uneducated and ridiculous. We don't even realize it. We are throwing an alley-oop. What did my Uncle Steve Harvey say? I'm throwing an alley-oop. Well, guess what, Uncle Steve and Uncle DL? And I'm going to deal with y'all in the second live. This is not the Steve Harvey clapback. This is not the DL Hughley clapback. I'm going to deal with...
Umar is an African Frylock. yeah. Someone told me about Frylock before. It's true. Umar do look like that character. It's a cartoon character. I think it was Hasa who told me about that. But the thing is, Jonathan, if you guys go and look at the Good Times cartoon that they have on, I think it's on Netflix. I really do think that they used the father character and his facial features. I think they got that from Umar. You guys go and take a look. Type in Good Times. Good Times cartoon. Yeah, I could show it to you, but let me keep going here. But that's another example of this. But he do look like Frylock. Okay, I was like, man, Frylock is a character from Adult. I think it's Adult Swim. That Cartoon Network. And thanks, Jonathan Kidd, for the super chat. Okay, let's go.
Them ninjas later on. This is not the Steve Harvey DL Hughley clapback, but you can best believe I will be clapping back respectfully on Uncle DL and Uncle Steve. I'm going to be clapping back at Uncle DL and Uncle Steve, but this is not that live. This is a live for deep thinking, critical thinking Africans. Kamala Harris is throwing the alley-oop for the East Indians to take over the black community. I want you to pay attention to how your community goes from black to brown. Pay attention. Brown migrants and brown East Indians are the future of black America. Spanish-speaking brown people and East Indian-speaking brown people. Spanish-speaking brown people and East Indian-speaking brown people. Spanish-speaking brown people and East Indian-speaking brown people are the future of the American African. And if you think East Indians like black folks, if you think East Indians like black folks, you better go read some Mahatma Gandhi. If you think East Indians like black folks, you better go read some Mahatma Gandhi. If you think East Indians like black folks, you better go read some Mahatma Gandhi. You better go visit Durban, South Africa. Where my Durban, South Africa Africans at? Where my Durban, they'll tell you about how East Indians feel about black people. Go to India and talk to the
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Real quick, everyone. I was just looking this up. It says that Gandhi was born in a small town of Porbandar on the west coast of India. But you're talking about East Indians, Umar. Anyone, if I'm wrong, correct me on that. Okay, I thought he said East Indian, but it says right here that Gandhi was born on the west coast of India. Anyway.
So-called untouchables of East India and how they get treated by East Indians. They can't stand blacks. This is Kamala Harris. She's a South Asian. Her parents claim black just so they can get the civil rights benefits to help themselves get better.
Again, Umar can't prove that. I had someone who made a comment. They basically repeated what Umar Johnson said, but I asked them, well, can you provide the proof of that? Then they start going off talking about other stuff. But what I'm getting at is that you have to prove that claim, Umar. Okay, maybe there is a proof out there. Maybe there's evidence that would prove that. Okay, but just to assert such a thing without any evidence or proof is ridiculous.
This is how Caribbean East Indians operate. They claim black to get the benefits.
You mean Southeast
Kamala
Asian.
Harris's parents claimed she was black so they can get the affirmative action benefits, so they could get the housing benefits. They only claimed black so they could benefit from our provisions. She wasn't raised as a black girl. If she was raised as a black girl, I'm going to say it again.
Oh, yeah. No, I understand that. What I'm saying, though, is there a difference between someone who's from East? Oh, no. Okay. I see what people are saying. Okay. And now I get it. Now, okay. So I'll stand corrected. What he means to say is Southeast Asians. Okay. I got it. And now, but see, if someone tells me that they're East Indian or West Indian or North, I'm thinking in terms of geographically. But what DJ Cabot is saying, that what Umar means to say is Southeast Asians. Okay, it's actually quite different. Okay, I got it. Okay, I stand corrected. Thank you.
Parents claimed black on paperwork so they could get the affirmative action set-asides. That's why she went to Howard University. That's why she went to Howard University, to get the grants and the scholarships and the federal aid and to get the set-asides. They wasn't black. They only claim that on paper to get your benefits. And since you got black men running around saying she's the same color as us, as if you don't have brown Asians and brown Arabs and brown Vietnamese, since you got stupid black people running around saying she looks just like my aunt, we the same complexion, I can show you brown Vietnamese. I can show you brown Arabs. They don't belong to the African race, you idiots. You idiots. Her father is a Jamaican East Indian, not a Jamaican African. Her father is a Jamaican East Indian, not a Jamaican African. You idiots.
See how you talk?
You idiots. But now, since black people said East Indians can now be black, since you Negroes have said East Indians can be black, you just invited them to the migrant party at your expense. Because you said East Indians can be black, you have just invited them to the migrant party at your expense.
How you doing? Yeah, he's always assaulting black people. By the way, let me make a correction here. When I thought that I saw Vicky Dillard, that she was selling like these prayer scarves, but I may be confusing that with someone else who was doing that. So let me retract that. Okay, what I showed. Let me just say this: what I showed on the screen, I can verify that. I just thought I remember something to that effect, but I was looking to see if I could find it. I haven't found it, so I'm going to retract that. But in terms of the other stuff she's selling, we took a look at least some of it. Okay, yeah, but Umar, he's always insulting people, and his audience is black people, so he's always insulting black people. He has a history of that.
You have just invited the East Indians to feast on black people's resources.
Let me go
to feast on black people's communities. There's going to be a brown takeover of black people, Spanish-speaking browns, East Indian-speaking browns, and we invited them in. People of color, people of color. That's all we talk about. People of color, people of color. Well, guess what? The POCs. You think the LGBTs took over your resources? Wait until the POCs get their hands on your resources. You thought the LGBTs took over your resources under Obama?
He said LGBTs. We got and people have been. Thank y'all so much. I didn't want to even go this long, but we're gonna keep rolling with it. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. There is a poll up there in terms of Umar Johnson, whether or not D.L. Hughley should debate Umar Johnson. Make sure you vote if you have the inclination. You're so inclined. Okay, I would appreciate it. And then if you haven't hit the like button yet, if you don't mind, I would appreciate that too. Okay, all the support helps. I'm very appreciative as always. Let's continue.
Wait until the POCs take over your resources under Kamala Harris. The brown takeover of black. They are not us. They are not us. They are not us.
Umar seems so deflated. Okay, here's the frylock that I was able to find. Let me pull this up, Jonathan. Hold on one second. I'll do a screen share. Okay, watch this. Okay, this is the character that Jonathan was talking about, Frylock. I also mentioned this too before, and then here go Umar. You ain't lying. Frylock he got eyebrows like me though. Frylock looked mad too, just like Umar.
Asking me who to vote for. I don't endorse candidates.
The officer says Umar should get Zaza Ali and Vicky Dillard as sister wives. As sister wives. They are made for each other. The scams they could commit together or start Papa Circus or whatever. Yeah, the thing is that Zaza Ali and Umar, that would be a problem. I can tell. Because see, Umar's the type of person, he wants to be in control and in charge of everything all the time. And I don't think that Zaza Ali is that type of person that would just, she's just not like that. Now, some people, they may say, well, based on what I see with Zaza, that no, she seems like someone who would be a good partner with, but I'm talking about the old Zaza. Don't make me pull it up. Do I need to do it? When she got caught scamming, now she has a criminal record too, but I'm talking about online where she got caught scamming. And what she was doing was she was having these, they called it, well, she had a couple of different scams, but one of them was, she called it the sister circle thing. It was like a support group for Black women. I remember when I first heard about this, I was at my job and I was working, and it was kind of going semi-viral. Everyone was talking about it. Y'all remember this? And what she would do is she would get Black women together to be part of this group, and it was like kind of like a private group. And every month people would donate a certain amount of money, and then she would pick, the idea was that she would take that money and then pick someone inside the group to give that money to help them if they want to start a business, if they have bills to be paid, if they need groceries, or if they need to get food or clothes for the babies, or whatever the case may be. Sound like a really noble thing. Like, okay, that sounds cool. But what ended up happening is that months went by, and people in the group started talking. They were like, well, did anyone actually get any of the money? Did she act? And they were like, no. And at a certain point, they realized she wasn't actually dishing out the money. And so when they confronted her on it, she tells them, yeah, well, the way that it works is we go based on alphabetical order. In other words, whatever your last name is, if you have A in your last name, then you're probably going to get the money first. If you have Z in your last name, then you're going to get it last. Right? This makes sense? But what's Zaza Ali's last name? It's Ali. And Ali starts with what? A. So she was basically taking the money and using the money for herself. This went on for a long time. So what ended up happening is people start talking about it. And she just didn't do that once. She did it a couple of times. Another thing she was doing, and I can pull up the receipts on all this. Another thing she was doing was she was having these so-called retreats. It was a retreat scam. In fact, it was on the news. It actually made it to the news how she was scamming these Black women. I can't remember how much she was charging. I thought it was like $1,500 or $1,500 a piece, or $3,000 because it was a mother and daughter. I remember the woman, beautiful lady too. They had her on the actual news report. It was, I can't remember what they called it. It was a guy, he does scams. I don't know if he's still doing it. I think it was down in Atlanta, but it made the news, and they interviewed her, and she was talking about how, the runaround that Zaza was giving her and all this stuff. But what she would do is she would schedule these events. Umar's the same way, because he would do the same thing. And she would take the money, and then she would tell the people, listen, you're going to still got it, this is where it's going to be at. But she wouldn't secure the buildings. You got to put it in a deposit. She wouldn't do any of that. And so when the people, before they would actually purchase, some of them purchased their flight, and then they were trying to figure out where the venue was, because she wasn't given that information. But that's because she didn't secure the venue. So they end up calling where she said that it was going to be, but even though she didn't secure the venue, and then come to find out, they would learn that there wasn't anything scheduled for Zaza Ali. She never secured the building. Okay, so here's people who's not only sent money to her, but they also purchased flights. They took off time from work, and so in this case, it was a woman and her daughter. And Zaza Ali just scammed them out of their money. And then they had to go and kind of escalate because she wasn't responding. And they went to the news. And once it gets to the news and they report on the scam, then she started giving people's money back. And she was real rude about it too. See, the Zaza Ali that people may see these days, it's a much more calmer version, but she's still the same person. I just think that it's just a persona that she puts on, just like with Umar. Okay, criminal-minded people are criminal-minded. That's not going to change unless they go through reformation. And most people don't do that. You know, some people are just wired that way. And then some people, they could change, but they don't. There's a process that you have to go through to get your mind right. So they're always going to Vicky Dillard. They're always going to find out ways to scam people. Zaza Ali is always going to find ways. They may change their persona. I gave the example yesterday of Polite. He did that. He changed his persona many times. He was a black militant for a while. Then he was a status correction Moorish type of. Then he was Medu Nectar and the Heru and this type of thing. And then ultimately he turns into this freak off type of person, getting money out of people along the way. You see. So what I'm getting at is with Zaza Ali, I can tell Umar wouldn't be able to deal with her because I can tell. I can just tell. You know, Umar will target people that he could see as a victim. I don't think he would see her as a victim. I think he would see her as competition. Now, Vicky Dillard, I can see him seeing her as a victim. See, that's the one thing about Umar. And I haven't found the video yet, and then we get back to it. But I haven't found the video back yet. But I remember years ago, it's an older video where Umar was talking about when he has lectures, he scans the crowd. This is how devious this guy is. And he says, even, and I'm paraphrasing, even while I'm talking, I'm thinking, I'm scanning the crowd and analyzing people to see who can do what for me. You know? And really what that translates to me is, what can I get out of that person? What can I get out of that person? What can I get out? And all this person I shouldn't be dealing with. I'm sure a lot of the men, because he don't deal with real men. He probably just look at them once and say, okay, I ain't nothing. But this lady right here, she's here by herself. She got a baby. Okay, she's probably a single mother. And then he'll target her. That's how these people think. Criminology. See, that's how these people think. And Umar's like that. Zaza Ali is like that too. Okay, all of them are scammers. Okay, don't get me wrong. But I think Umar would have a very difficult time dealing with someone like Zaza Ali. I think he'd have an easier time dealing with someone like Vicky Dillard. Okay, that's just my opinion. All right, thanks for the super chat, officer. Hope you're doing all right too. JD says, that's y'all's principal, janitor, lunch lady talking. Yeah, Umar gonna be everything. He's gonna be the lunch lady, the janitor, the principal. Someone said he's gonna be the what they call the walking guard or whatever it's called, the walk the kids across the street. You Caribbean born and raised? Okay. Yeah, my wife was raised a little while inside the Caribbean. She was raised in Atlanta too for a while. She was raised in Jamaica, and she has a really strong connection to Jamaica and also St. Croix. I think that's down there too, and then also in Belize. But she grew up with a lot of the the Rastas and that stuff. She listened to reggae all the time. That's her favorite music. She used to listen to dancehall when I met her, but some of that stuff was so raunchy. But she still listens to the old school stuff, Rasta stuff, the stuff even before Bob Marley, because Bob Marley kind of made it more popular globally. But there's older stuff too that came before Bob Marley, and that's what the stuff that she was raised on. So she still likes that stuff to this day. And she knows she knows how to talk patchball too. I don't a lot of it I don't understand. I'll be hearing people talking in different situations. I'm like, I don't even understand what they're saying, but they probably can't understand what I'm saying either. But she knows it perfectly. She's, this is what they're saying, blah, blah, blah. She can talk it too. Got me an island gal.
Me personally, I don't have a reason to vote for either of them. If you need to vote,
would still smash that Zaza. Oh, yeah. Stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't do that. Also, come on now. don't do that, bro. Oh my God.
Because you feel you owe it to your ancestors. I don't have a problem with that. Go vote for Fannie Lou Hamer. You need somebody to vote for? Go vote for Fannie Lou Hamer. She the reason your ass can vote anyway. Go vote for Fannie Lou Hamer. And why they kept bringing up Fannie Lou Hamer at the Democratic National Convention? Why they kept bringing up Fannie Lou Hamer at the Democratic National Convention? Why they kept bringing up Fannie Lou Hamer at the, you know why? Because they heard Dr. Umar bigging up. I'm the only person who been pushing Fannie Hamer
for the past 15 years.
Oh, did I say it the wrong way? I thought I said patois. Didn't I say patois? I don't know. No, James, don't encourage. I thought I said patois. Didn't I say patois? Maybe I said it wrong. Yeah. Okay.
One who said Fannie Lou Hamer got the voting rights. I'm the one who took our Queen Mother ancestor warrior Fannie Lou Hamer and raised her up. They wasn't talking about no Fannie Lou Hamer. And now at the DNC, Fannie Lou Hamer this and Fannie Lou Hamer that. Fannie Lou Hamer fought for black people, not people of color. Fannie Lou Hamer fought for black people, not people of color. Fannie Lou Hamer fought for black people, not people of color. Fannie Lou Hamer fought for black people, not POCs. Not POCs. She didn't fight for POCs, people of color. She fought for Africans. She fought for Africans. And what they not telling you is the Democratic Party tried to sabotage Fannie Lou Hamer and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. They don't tell you that. Fannie Lou Hamer's enemy was the Democratic Party. Fannie Lou Hamer's enemy was the Democratic Party. Fannie Lou Hamer's enemy was the Democratic Party. I want a television debate.
There you go.
I want a television debate with Steve Harvey, D.L. Hughley, Ricky Smiley versus Dr. Umar Ifatunde. Is the Democratic Party the party of African people? Roland Martin can join in too. If they want Roland, they can bring Roland too. I want D.L. Hughley, Steve Harvey, and Ricky Smiley in a debate. Is the Democratic Party the party of the American African?
Somebody get Steve Harvey on the phone. Somebody get D.L. Hughley on the phone. Somebody get Ricky Smiley. Dr. Umar wants to come on y'all show and debate you 3-on-1. And
see this? This is just clout chasing. That's all this is. Scott says, not to defend Umar, but black men from the mid-Atlantic region call each other boss occasionally. A cop called me boss the other day. Umar is still a scammer. Yeah, he's still a scammer. The thing is, though, that when it comes to, I look at this in terms of Umar's past rhetoric about police officers and that police officers are part of white supremacy. And then I look at the hierarchical structure of all of this. And this is to say that if Umar, on one hand, will call for the murder of police officers and have all these negative things to say about police officers, then he should stand on that. You know, the young people these days, they say stand on business, but he should stand on that and how the rhetoric that he's espoused in the past. But in this case, he doesn't do that. To me, Umar saying boss was more in reverence to the police officer. It wasn't like a term of endearment per se. It was Umar's way. This is how I see it, based on what I know about Umar. And then given the situation, it was Umar's way of conceding power. Want me to clean it up for you, boss? No, that's more of, you know, giving reverence and a level of respect. Now, the respect that he's providing doesn't match up with his past rhetoric, but in the real terms and in the real life situation, he will concede, and he will address an authority figure, because it's hierarchical, with the level of respect that he normally would not give to your average black person. You see what I'm saying? So this ought to say, yeah, I'm sure that there are people who may say boss to each other from time to time. How many times have you heard Umar say boss? I've watched a lot of Umar videos. I've watched a whole bunch of them. Is it possible that he said it? Yeah, I'm sure. But it's not something that Umar says often at all, if at any point. So why does he do it here? I don't think he's doing it here as a term of endearment because he's already, you know, doing this kind of stuff, right? I think he's doing it because in that situation, that's his way of giving respect to a police officer, which is it goes against the levels of disrespect that he's espoused over the years about police officers. I mean, he's called for the murder of police officers. See, so, but I hear what you're saying. Now, is it possible that he's saying it because it's a term of endearment? It is, but I highly doubt that. Now, do black people use it with each other as a term of endearment? I'm sure that we do, and I'm sure that I'll probably used it at one point. I can't remember ever in my life using it like that. But from my perspective, based on what is transpiring in the video and based on Umar's demeanor in the video, okay, he's agitated, all this kind of stuff. He's not saying boss as a term of endearment. He's saying boss as a term to express a level of respect to an authority figure, or at least to someone that he perceives to be an authority figure, even though this authority figure in the past, in his rhetoric, he does not want to provide any level or express any level of any level of respect for police officers. So even that, in my mind, that's hypocritical. Okay. All right. Yeah. But regardless, okay, we may disagree on this, Scott, but at the end of the day, we can both agree that Umar is still a scammer. Okay. All right. Get it now. Get on your cash app, boss. All right. As Umar would say. All right. Let's go. And thanks for Super Chat too, Scott. I appreciate it.
And if y'all need Roland to help you out, Roland can come too. We can make it 4-on-1. Steve Harvey said that the Omega Psi Phi brothers run the radio. In all respect to my Omega Psi Phi brothers, the
okay, now he's going to say something negative. Why?
late, great Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad was a member of Omega Psi Phi, so I'm not going to...
What's your name, boy? Jermaine Balls. Boy, y'all ruthless. He said, Umar, what's your name, boy? I shouldn't laugh, but that's funny. Okay, let's go.
Reduce the Omegas down to 3 men. I'm not going to do that. We're going to keep this about Steve, DL, and Ricky.
Okay, we're going to go 20 more minutes, everyone, okay?
Okay, Steve, DL, and Ricky. I want a debate. DL Hughley, will you debate me on your radio? Steve Harvey, will you debate me on your radio? Ricky Smiley, will you debate me? I'll debate all of you separately or all 3 of you together. Since y'all run black radio, and I run black consciousness, it's only right that we have a clash of kings. Y'all called the kings of comedy, right? The kings of comedy? Let's call it the kings of comedy versus King Kong consciousness. Let's call it the kings of comedy versus...
He did. That's why I don't see it as a term of endearment, because he did. He sound like a straight slave. Let's go listen one more time. Listen.
Once you're done, I'll clean it up, boss. Done.
No, I'm sorry. I just don't see it that way. I just don't. Hey, okay. Listen, Scott, we're gonna have to disagree on this. Okay, you could be right. Now you could be right. Okay, well, but the way Umar say that, it sounds so passive. Like, yes. One more time.
Once you're done, I'll clean it up, boss.
Police officer was like, "What did you call me?" He said, "Boss." I said, "Oh no." And see, part of it too is he says, "I'll clean it up." Because he says, "I'll get that." It'd be different if he said, but he says, "I'll clean it up." Like, that's the slave part. Anyway, let's keep going here.
King Kong consciousness. Let's call it the kings of comedy versus King Kong consciousness. I'm ready right now. I don't need no prep time. I'm ready right now. Intellectual Ifa Tunde is ready right now. When we going to do this debate? When we going to do this debate? Steve, Ricky, DL, I want y'all on the stage in front of the people right now. I'm doing it for Fannie Lou Hamer. I'm doing it for Emmett Till. I'm doing it for Medgar Evers. I'm doing it for Huey P. Newton. I'm doing it for His Excellency, the Most Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. I'm doing it for the Honorable Frederick Douglass. I'm doing it for Breonna Taylor, Trayvon Martin, Sandra Bland, Amir Lott, Dante, Sonia Massey, Freddie Gray. I'm doing it for them. Let's do the debate. Let's do the debate. If Omega Psi Phi, if my brothers of Omega Psi Phi, who I love and respect, want to host a debate, it could be an Omega Psi Phi debate. You can have the purple and gold. I don't care who hosts. I don't care where it's host. I want Steve, Ricky, and DL on the same stage. Keep the same energy, Africans. Keep the same energy. King Kong consciousness versus the kings of comedy. Will the real coons please stand up? King Kong consciousness versus the kings of comedy. Will the real coons please stand up? I said King Kong consciousness versus the kings of comedy. Let's settle this once and for all.
Listen, I ain't gonna never be able to let that boss part go. And for the rest of the time I cover Umar, I can always go back to this right here. Okay? All right, let's go.
Let's settle this once and for all, brother. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
You can fool some of the people all the time, and all the people some of the time, but you cannot fool the King Kong consciousness none of the time. They bringing up Fannie Lou Hamer when the Democratic Party sabotaged Fannie Lou Hamer. Look at the hypocrisy. They don't think y'all know y'all history. They don't think y'all know y'all history. Bringing up Fannie Lou Hamer. She turned in her damn grave. She turned in her damn grave. The Democratic Party was Fannie Lou Hamer's enemy, brother and sister. It will be about both parties, but who's pushing Trump? I'm not pushing Trump, and they not pushing Trump, so we don't need to have a conversation about Trump, but we could bring it up if you like. They not pushing Trump, and I'm not pushing Trump, but we can include Trump if you want. The problem with...
Okay, but wait, let me correct myself now. I'm beginning to wind this show down. I wanted to get to these other two videos, but it's not going to happen. We can get to them tomorrow. I wanted to, and I'm not going to pull this up. You can find this online, but I was talking about Umar not having his own residence for a decade, but then I said it was 5 years, but actually I was correct. Let me just, it's over a decade. Now I'm looking at it now. So this is from the Philadelphia Municipal Court. And I apologize, I'm relaxed. Municipal Court, First Judicial District of Pennsylvania, landlord and tenant complaint. And this was filed on December 15, 2010. I want y'all to think about this. Umar was getting eviction notices in 2010, which is the same year where he announced that the school was going to open in 2013. Plaintiff states that she owns real property. I almost read the ad. I ain't going to do that. The defendant claims under the terms of, it's a written lease commencing on September 1st, 2009, and it was a 1-year lease. And if it was a 1-year lease and this was filed, I mean, goodness gracious, Umar was there for like a year and 3 months. And then this is when they filed the complaint. The total rent is $500.13. The attorney fees is $200. He couldn't even come up with $500 back in 2010. See, understand that this school scam, understand that if Umar is able to start raking in hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in 2014, why would he let it go? If in 2010 he was getting eviction notice for $500. This is public record. I mean, I can show it, but I'm not going to do it here. Maybe for members, I'll give you guys the resources. You guys go look at it for yourself. I gave you the most recent eviction that his mother received, and that's when Umar was staying there. He couldn't even come up with $500 for rent. Ongoing rent is in the amount of $1,189 a month. And it says from, so I think what it's saying is that for the ongoing month will be the next month after this was filed. So I guess his he couldn't come up with $500 out of $1,189 back in 2010. That's crazy. The notice to vacate the premise that he was supposed to vacate December 10th, 2010. This was filed December 15th, so 5 days later. So obviously he didn't vacate. And the notice to vacate was given December 7th. So it was given December 7th. And they basically gave him 3 days to get out, and he didn't get out. So they filed this landlord and tenant complaint on December 15, 2010. Yeah, this is a court document. I can see everything on here. It looks like it also shows the deposit amount back in 2009 was $300. I think it also shows payments that he did make leading up to the eviction. Yeah, all this is right here. Everything's right here. Anyway, I had mentioned this earlier, and I said that in a previous video that Umar had his own place for a decade. Actually, it's over a decade. If we look based on when this was filed and assuming that he ultimately was kicked out of here, then let's say by 2011, Umar didn't have his own place. And then that would make it that would be 13 years. And what I mean by that is that he's been living with his mama when he can. When he flipped the phone, he was living with his mama. That was in what, 2019, right? Yeah, it was in 2019. That's 8 years after all this took place. So again, for the idea of Umar letting this go, this is the first time in his life where this amount of money was coming in, and he didn't really have to do much to have it come in. Okay, he had a career as a school psychologist. He was making good money. He was double dipping too. Okay, doing IEPs and IEEs. Okay, in the older videos, he talked about that. He was really trying to get parents to get paid, and he was trying to figure out ways to get parents whose children were in special education to get them paid so that the child can go to a private school and the school district would have to pay for it. It was a whole big scam that Umar was running. That's what his book comes out of. See, once he was fired from that, and his representation, he was such a troublemaker. That's why he can't work in the school district anymore. He hasn't since. When he was fired, what does he do? He writes a book, and what he's writing is how to protect your children from special education, this type of thing, and misdiagnoses. But that's exactly what he was trying to come up on. Excuse me, he was trying to come up on that. With children who were diagnosed, he was trying to go against the diagnoses, and because he was a school psychologist, he had the power to do that. And then they would hire him to do these court cases, and then they would sue the city, or they would sue the school district. And they would get paid. And not only would they get paid by suing the school district saying, no, this child was misdiagnosed based on Umar, who at the time was claiming to have a doctorate degree. He didn't even have his doctorate degree until 2 years later. So, but in addition to getting paid from the school district, they would also be able to enroll their child, and the school district would have to pay for it. They would have to enroll their child into a private school, so they get a superior education, and it's all for free. But see, Umar's double dipping then. So if he's doing these diagnoses in the school district anyway, but then on outside the school district, in terms of it's not what he's employed to do, he's going against these IEPs that have been issued and diagnosed from these other school psychologists. He's getting paid even more now. But once they fire him, he has to figure out a way to make more money. Again, this guy was getting evicted in 2010. So what does he do? He writes a book. And the book is basically trying to explain to parents what they need to do to save their child. But he was the one that was doing the misdiagnoses in order to run this racket to get double. He's double dipping. He's getting paid as a school psychologist, plus he's doing this stuff on the outside where he's re-diagnosing, if you will. There's a specific term because he explains all of this. He could have been doing just fine if he just had stuck with the program and just did his job, but he's always been a rubber rouser. He's been someone who's always muddying the waters, and he's always belligerent, and he's always combative, and he thinks he knows everything. So then by the time he writes his book, okay, he figures that, he's going to sell some books. Yeah, but at a certain point, he has to come up with some kind of scheme to get money. Plus he got massive student loan debt. What is he going to do? FDMG. So that by 2014, he's run this school scam in full force, even though he said it was going to open in 2013. And he's collected millions of dollars at this point. He was raking in hundreds of thousands of dollars a year from this. Why would he give it up? He can't. I mean, where's he going to stay? He has to have money coming in so that he can. Now, look at him now. He's inside a hotel, motels, and he's homeless again. He can't stay with his mama. If you go look at the lease from his mama, you realize that everything coincides. Everything coincides with this guy. So what does he have to do? He has to live stream out of hotels and motels, and he's asking for money. Get on your Cash App for open up a school. He ain't open up no school. He's using that because he ain't got no place to stay. Who's going to allow Umar, with Umar's history of getting eviction notices, student loan debt, credit history? Come on now, who's going to say no? Yeah, we'll go ahead and no. That's why he's a vagabond. He's a bum. And now he can't stay with his mama. What does he have to do? Well, he has to go get money however way he can so that he can get a hotel, motel room. Or what does he do? He asks for venues. I need y'all to find me a venue here so I can come speak. Well, they'll give him food. They'll give him a room and board. He's been doing this for such a long time. The last time Umar had his own residence was in 2011. To the best of my knowledge, based upon my research and eviction records. Whenever he's staying someplace else, it's not his place. He's not on the deed or anything like that. I shouldn't say that because there is one where he is on the deed. That's a whole nother topic. My goodness. And that's when he was staying with his mama. And there was another guy on there that was on that. When I say deed, I apologize. On the paperwork for the leasing agreement. I apologize. Or the rental agreement. But there was another guy on there too. And I researched him and I was like, why would Umar have this guy staying with his mama? I said, oh my God, this is crazy. It gets really, really deep. I ain't gonna get into that right now. This is y'all's principle. All right, let's wind this show down. Here we go.
Y'all Negroes, is y'all believe y'all have to belong to a plantation at all. Let me say it again. The problem with y'all Negroes is y'all believe y'all need to belong to a plantation at all. Y'all don't want to get off of a plantation. Y'all need a plantation.
Dr. Clay sent the super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing all right, Dr. Clay. Also, Ike says, I want to challenge Red Fox, Richard Pryor, and Dick Gregory to debate at the Underground Railroad Gymnatorium. You can bring Rosa Parks too. Yeah. I used to like Richard Pryor is one of my favorites, but I used to like Red Fox too when I was a child. Okay. But the main person, I always forget his name. I don't forgot his name again. But Umar and Dick Gregory too. I didn't really get into Dick Gregory because he's kind of like even older school. He passed away not too long ago. I didn't meet him personally, but there was a time when I was living in San Diego. I played in a band. I played in a couple of bands, but one of them they had the National Black Doctors Association or something like that. I can't remember what it was called. They had it at the convention. They have a convention center in San Diego. It's really, really nice. And they had that event there. And the lady who was president at the time, she was a close friend of the family. I used to perform at her venues and stuff. She had an art gallery. I used to play at the art gallery. She's a real cool lady. But anyway, Dick Gregory was there. Yeah, he was there. And I remember we were playing like traditional jazz. At one point, we were playing traditional jazz, and he started dancing and stuff because he probably used to listen to traditional jazz back in the day. But he was there. I didn't talk with him or anything, but he was there. There was other people there, people who were like really high ranked officials and stuff like that. Were at that particular event. Okay, thanks, Ike, for the super chat too. I appreciate it. And then Amsa says, I'm doing it for Binky the Bando Bird, Billy Boy, Lenore Beaver, and Kim Ringgold and Zorro for good. Yeah, y'all remember Zora? I was thinking about Zora recently because for some reason it popped up on my recommendations feed for YouTube, her interview with Tasha K. If I do the documentary, I will cover Kim Ringgold because I've really never talked about her. I do have all the receipts on that. People don't know Kim Ringgold was the woman that Umar was dealing with. She was a stripper. Okay, that's a red flag. Okay, and she had sons, and Umar had promised to help her with their sons. See, he's such a well. I tell you, he preys on these single black women. And see, the sexism functions to wherein women are always. I shouldn't say always, but we're instructed to perceive women's stories as less believable than the men who are abusing them or the men who are taking advantage of them. Okay, in this case, Umar took advantage of her situation. Okay, and what ended up happening was they had been dealing with each other. She was a stripper, and Umar was on. People keep saying it was the Roland Martin show, but I thought it was another show. I would have to go back and watch the Roland Martin show. The Roland Martin interview where they went off on Umar. That's what I think it was. So that's what people are saying. I thought it was another interview. But anyway, what ended up happening is in that interview, Umar says that he's abstinent, meaning he's not having sexual intercourse. Meanwhile, this lady, that she's been dealing with Umar. And she was probably dealing with him during the time. I'm not quite sure. I would have to look at the timeline there, but she was probably dealing with him at the time where he said that. So her hearing that, she just came out and she provided receipts and text messages, and she was being interviewed on radio shows. But what I found interesting, well, it's not even interesting, it's just unfortunate, is that she was people didn't want to believe her. But it has more to do with sexism. I also think that it has to do with the fact that it's Umar Johnson father. It's like a cult. This guy will do he'll say all kind of crazy stuff. He's out here living a sexually promiscuous lifestyle while he's getting on these interviews talking about how he's abstinent. He's such a liar. Why even lie about that in the first place? And we all know he's always talking about cookies and he want to crush cookies. Well, if you're talking about all that like that, what you doing behind the scenes? Okay, that's part of his motivating factor is to crush cookies. Why even lie about it? Okay, but he's dealing with strippers that have children. So she shared all of the receipts and they were interviewing her stuff, but see, she got so much backlash. And then Umar Johnson called her a maggot, and he called her some others, said he called her a COINTELHO. And these Umar Johnson fathers, they were just eating it up. Like, okay, yeah, but I thought he said respect black women. See, he don't have no respect because he wouldn't be trying to run through these women like that and exploiting them in this way. But then when he get caught, instead of manning up and just owning it, what does he do? He attacks her, and then all of his followers were attacking her too. Calling her everything but, calling her all kind of names except a child of God. So that's what this is. And I will get into that in the documentary that I've started working on. If I hope I finish it, I'll at least get some of it done. I will cover that. I haven't really talked about that as I covered Umar, but I remember when all that went down, it was crazy. I mean, there was all kinds of people who were reporting on that. See? And then, of course, Zora, that's the woman. Tasha Kane interviewed her, but there's a video from back in the day where she's inside the gym with Umar, and she's, it's just ridiculous what she was doing, kissing him on the cheek and wiping away sweat. He was cleaning the backboards. This is so ridiculous. And she really was just the way she was behaving. She was talking down about black women. She was Haitian. Okay. Now, a lot of people I'm not into this whole division stuff. Let me be clear about this. But there are people who do look down upon black people, and they may be from another country, or they may be from someplace else outside the United States. They'll claim that they're black, but when they look upon black people, they look at them with disdain. It was very clear to me that this woman, her view about black women was as if black women, were less than. And I'm just being real about it. I'm not into that division stuff. Okay, my grandfather, great grandfather was actually my grandfather on my mama's side. Was an immigrant, and my great grandfather on my mother's side, on my grandmother's side, I would say, is that right? Yeah, he was an immigrant too. He came from Cape Verde Islands off the coast of West Africa. So I'm not into that division stuff, but I do recognize it when I see it. When there are people from other countries, or maybe their first generation or even second generation, and they will identify as being black, but they look down upon black people. And this lady, she had a very negative view about black women. I didn't appreciate that. Anyway, she was caping for Umar in that video, big time. I could pull it up and play it right now. It's just ridiculous. But then she ended up spilling the beans on Umar. See, and then Umar, he went crazy. He did a rant. It was it's in the top 5. He went crazy in that rant. Y'all remember that? It was crazy. See. So yeah, Zora, I remember Billy Boy, Lenor Beaver, and of course remember Binky the Bando bird. That's the bird that died many years ago. many years ago. Poor thing. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. All right, let's finish this up here. We'll have to get to the other video tomorrow. Here we go.
Whether it's the Republican Party plantation, Democratic Party plantation, Green Party plantation, y'all need a plantation. That's the problem.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to figure it out. I was trying to figure it out.
With black folks, you need to belong. Who should I vote for? Stop begging me.
Yeah, but she's not around like she used to be. I should pull that video up where they was talking so reckless and just nasty. I said, you guys crazy.
For the right to belong to a plantation. I'm a runaway African. I represent, where my runaway Africans at? We running away with our vote. We not staying on no damn plantation. I represent the runaway slave party.
Let me do this too real quick. What do you want me to play? Let me know what you want me to play. But we got to wind this down. We're already 3 hours. I'm trying to do shorter shows. And we didn't even get to the other 2 videos. But I'll be back tomorrow for sure. I know I said maybe, but I'll be back tomorrow. It may be during the day, so I'll archive. Y'all can come back and check the archive. Let me see something. I want to email someone because I'll be having people say, well, if you don't show the receipt, I don't want to believe you. It's just I don't want to show Umar Johnson's this eviction. There's other ones too. So what I'm going to do, Sigmund is still here. Sigmund, I'm going to email this to you. And what I want you to do is once you receive it and you look at it, just let people know that I do have the document. Okay. If you don't mind, sir, I'm going to send it to you right now. Okay.
I represent the runaway enslaved African vote. We done ran off the Democratic Party plantation, and we ain't coming back. We done ran off the Republican Party plantation. We ain't coming back. If you do your history.
What is he talking about?
If you do your history. The corporation is a plantation. All of us work, right? You work at a job. You work for a corporation.
Umar, you don't work. What are you talking about? This guy's a trip. Did he really just say all of us? He said all of us work. Umar, you ain't got no job, Tommy. What you talking about? I can't believe this guy. This guy's homeless talking about we all work. Umar ain't gone. He ain't gone through no work in like over a decade. What are you talking about? Well, this guy, what? I really don't I don't understand it. I really don't get it. How can you get up here and tell people? Umar, man.
Do your history. The corporation is a plantation. All of us work, right? You work at a job. You work for a corporation. The corporation is the 21st century plantation. The NBA is a plantation. NFL is plantation. Hip hop is plantation. Hollywood is plantation. Media is plantation. We still on the plantation. The corporation is the new plantation, my ninja.
He said, my ninja. Living, live streaming in your car. That's the plantation. Living out of hotel motels. That's the plantation. Begging for money all the time. That's living in your mama closet. That's definitely. Okay, anyway. All right, I just sent it to you, sir. If you could just in the chat room, once you receive it and then review it, if you don't mind just telling people, yeah, you did see the document. Because I've been getting people they don't email me, but they'll put it in the comment section. You keep saying you got this receipt, but you didn't show nothing. If I showed everything I have, we would be here for like 10 hours. I kid you not. Yeah. Stop begging for the plantation money, my ninja. Umar funny, boy.
Corporation is the new plantation. And guess what the new slave chain is? Guess what the new shackle is?
Here we go.
The new shackle is your paycheck. The new plantation is the corporation, and the new shackle is your paycheck. The new plantation is the corporation, and the new shackle is your paycheck. Talk black to me one time,
Okay,
Africans.
here we go, Vicky Dillard.
I'm a runaway slave. Remember, we ran off the Republican Party plantation. We ran off the Republican Party plantation around 1930s. It's almost 2030. It's almost 2030. So if black people could give up the Republican Party plantation back in the 1930s, why can't we give up the Democratic Party plantation in the 2020s? Who with me? I want to lead a great exodus out of the Democratic Party. We will no longer be exploited. We will no longer be taken advantage. Cream of wheat, this is your land, but that is
Cream of wheat. What you said the grit money, now you said the cream of wheat money. I ain't playing that. You tripping now. You ain't getting my cream of wheat money, family. Oatmeal, you ain't getting my oat money either. No, I ain't playing that. Talking crazy, Umar. Get it together.
not a school. That is not a hospital. That is not a supermarket. That is not a bank. That is not a distribution network. That is not a system. That is not a solution. So when you niggas jump on here talking about
whoa, Umar, calm down now. You getting a little too loose with the tongue now, my brother. Come on now. See how he be talking? He's so abusive, man. It's so unnecessary. You know, I have video of Umar using the hard ER. Hit the one. I've heard him call black children. What did he call black children that time? It was the N word with G. What was it? LET at the end. But I have Umar where he's using the ER. I ain't gonna play it here. I'm gonna say that for the documentary. He hates black people so much he feels superior to black people. He demeans black people. He calls black people names, including racial epithets. And somehow you, Umar Johnson, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Yeah, he is. He really is. He's a serious embarrassment. And when I heard it, I said, wait a minute, did he just, and I rewound, I said, wait a minute, he used the ER. And just kept it going. And listen, a lot of us, we've used the N-word. I've used it, okay? I used to give myself a lot, like I would allot myself like 2 a year on YouTube, but then I got crazy. I said, you know, I've ran through like 10 of them in one show. I said, you know what? I can't even do this now for 5 more years. But we've used it. Should we use it? Probably not. I mean, it doesn't offend me when people use it, even the ER. I don't, you know, ignorance is ignorance. It don't make me know that you ain't gonna do nothing. You know, someone can call me that, but you ain't gonna step to me. So, you know, words are words. Don't make me know. Now you call one of my wife that, I'm okay. I'm gonna ask you to excuse yourself, or I'll excuse us. But if you following us and you talking, okay, you might get hemmed up a little bit. Because now it's like you up in my children's face and in my wife's face. Okay, that's a different situation. But I wouldn't trip off of it, not at all. See, but the idea that Umar is going to be using ER and he's talking all this black power talk, come on now. There's no excuse for that. There's none. But he getting real because he gets angry and frustrated for no good reason, and he just starts running off the mouth, and he's so disrespectful.
Cream of wheat. This is your land, but that is not a school.
I'm not gangster. I just don't play. No, I don't play. I'm real protective of my kids and real protective of my wife. That's how I am. That's how all men should be. But normal circumstances, I'm a real cool, laid back dude. But also know that if it came to it, if I had to do what I had to do, I would do what I have to do. It's a duty. It's not gangsterism or street, none of that. It's just a duty. We should all have that in us as men. And under normal circumstances, we would not have to be that way. And in most circumstances, 99.9% of the time, we don't have to be that way. But there may come a time, and there have been in my life, where I had to step to someone like that, not because I'm gangster, but because, you know, I'm a man. That's our job. Okay. See, people kind of get it twisted too because of how I present myself. But that doesn't mean that if a situation popped off, that I wouldn't handle it accordingly. See, and I'm not looking for that. I'm not trying to create situations like that either. I tend to try to de-escalate situations. That's what no, this is not that serious. Let's just calm this down. But if someone will step into my wife in an inappropriate way, or to my kids in an appropriate way, and I try to de-escalate and keep escalating it, I would do what I have to do. Okay? Within the law, I would do what I would have to do. Right? I do have a little bit of street in me, not that much, but my family got a little street in them too. That's just how we. One time, my mama, I said, "Oh man, I had to hold her back." Anyway, let's keep going. Here we go.
That is not a hospital. That is not a supermarket. That is not a bank. That is not a distribution network. That is not a system. That is not a solution. So when you niggas jump on here talking about,
dang, Umar, you tripping.
This is our land. Okay, the Native Americans said that too. That's not a program. That's a slogan. This is our land. That's not a solution. Yeah, I'm a pretendian. That's not a solution. That's a...
Hey, Tanya, you're right. His corporate money is a plantation, but he begs people's money from it. Yeah, I do though. I ain't gonna lie, lady. I'll be trying. I have to keep myself calm at all times. No, I ain't from... Y'all funny. Here's a Zora video real quick.
See, ladies, this is what we have to do for our kings. Look, the back of the neck. Smith, you see? The back of the neck, the ears. And then look.
They gonna get... I'm in the back of the backboard, family.
That's the front.
She said back to front. If you don't stop. This is crazy. He said I'm in the back of the backboard. Sigmund, did you get the receipt? If you did, just I'll let me know. And if you looked at it, that way I can let people know, because I don't want people saying I'm lying or making stuff up.
Oh, where you got that from?
Use that to erase the queens who don't know how to keep their mouth shut.
Ooh, see this?
Erase them, fellas. We doing the work. FDMG, King Kong consciousness. It's all about the work. Wait a minute, now I gotta wipe my face off.
Oh, yes. Oh, wait, make sure. Look, ladies, look.
They gonna get you. Who is this woman wiping on the prince?
Look, Anaya A. period 5.
Who is this woman in the gym?
Yes.
Wiping off our prince?
With a cute hat on, a dress, and a pair of boots. You know why? Because I gotta do the work. I gotta do the work. It don't matter how we look. Just do the work, ladies.
You gotta do the work.
You gotta do the work.
If the world
This is so stupid. This is so ridiculous. It really is. This is, do I know? So ridiculous. He up here with Windex talking about we doing the work.
most requested black scholar can still clean.
That part.
I save children for a living. I can still come and clean. I travel the world raising the consciousness for a living, but I can still come and clean. Who are you not to clean? Jesus said the purpose of life is to serve. The purpose of life is to serve. Somebody said, is you single? You got another admirer.
Oh
Here we go.
Look, I'm only ready for a king. If he ain't a king,
She's only ready for a king.
I can't do this. No, he gotta be.
Yeah, he
rich.
went crazy.
He gotta be 6 foot tall. He gotta be
Shut
really
up.
clean. He gotta have a school.
You gotta have a school. These not ridiculous as
He
this.
gotta be a world famous author and a psychologist.
Wait, they didn't hear you. What he got to be?
6 feet tall. With
Look at God, that's so ridiculous. I don't remember her. I don't remember that. He might have did, but I don't remember that. I would not be surprised. Yeah, the Zora rant was crazy. We don't have time to do it today. Maybe we'll do a Zora show one of these days. We'll just cover those 2 videos. All right, this video and then the actual rant video. That was crazy. Umar went wow.
With big hands, strong, educated.
Huh?
He has to be a psychologist and he has to own a school.
Y'all heard that?
He got to be helping our community. I only do kings. I'm sorry, guys.
Y'all heard that?
Now, if you guys are ready, we can have a conversation. But I really want y'all to understand it's not really about that, but it's really about uplifting the brothers for real. But you gotta be ready for the king.
See the team.
Let me get another napkin, huh?
Would you
Pepper
like me
from
to
salt,
wipe your
pepper.
forehead again?
When I come back down.
Okay.
Is
This
she
is
a
so
potential wife?
Oh, tell him.
She said, mind your business.
Listen, tell them how long I've known you. How long?
She known me for 10 years, but I only seen her 3 times.
Wow, you gonna put my business out there like that? I'm not gonna compete with these women out here. I already told you that. These women, ladies, wait. Do you have ladies on here as well?
You know it.
Listen, ladies, have y'all ever been in a room with this brother where there's a bunch of females? Anaya wasn't ready to go to jail. I could not do it. All these chicks pushing me out the way. I'm only 5 feet tall. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't nobody got time for that. But women, when you find you a king, remember there's a lot of women that are out there ready to snatch that brother from you. Get ready, ladies. It's war out here. That's all I gotta say.
All right. Anyway, evidently she has a husband at this time. When she did that Tasha K interview, and she got pregnant too. We ain't gonna get into that anyway. What was I gonna say? There was something I was gonna say before we finish up here. I can't even remember what I was gonna say. I had to comment, but I don't forgot. All right, let's get back to this other video here and to finish out. Here we go.
We looking for solutions here. Remember, this is a live for deep thinking Africans. Let me get back to Kabamala.
Kabamala?
Let me get back to Kabamala. She was clear that the future belongs to the immigrant. She was clear that East Indians are Americans too. She was also clear that women are going to be promoted on a whole nother level to the detriment of men, especially in the black community.
Here he
and
goes.
She reaffirmed her loyalty to the untouchables. She made it crystal clear that she supports the untouchables, just like Obama.
Okay, untouchables, he's talking about Jewish people.
If you go listen to Barack Obama's acceptance speech, go listen to Barack Obama's acceptance speech.
Excuse me.
In 2008 and 2012. Go listen to Barack Obama's acceptance speeches. Sound just like Kamala. And they kept pushing middle class. They kept pushing middle. Well, for all y'all who want to be pretendian, guess what? You can now be an East Indian now Hey, pretendians. Pretendians. Y'all could join up with the East.
He's such a juvenile. Even how he talk, pretendians. Come on now. Also says Umar asked for a scary story. Then Jamal told Umar about steps to apply for a job. Then Umar asked for more. He told Umar about taking a shower in soap. Okay, yeah. Oh, you roasted Umar today, huh? Yeah, Umar's a trip though. He hasn't had a job in over a decade. He hasn't had his own place for over a decade. And yet he's here talking about all these successful black people, including Kamala. Whether Kamala Harris, if you guys think that she's black or not, to me it really doesn't matter. I mean, we can do a debate show on that. It doesn't matter to me. But if Umar perceives someone to even have the possibility of being black, he's going to attack them, especially if they're getting a lot of attention. But this is someone who doesn't have a job. He's afraid of a job application. You know, he doesn't work with his hands. He's talking. He's done collected millions of dollars, and yet he has everything to say about everyone else. This is what Umar does. See, the one thing I can say, and I'm not here to be disrespectful towards Umar Johnson followers, but I think that it's truly delusional to believe that Umar is doing work, meaningful, tangible things. I think it's totally delusional. If you're doing work, there's going to be fruits of your labor that people will be able to see, right? Something that's tangible. But in all the years of me covering Umar, but then all of the research going back to his childhood. Okay, I got receipts going way back. I can't say that Umar has actually produced anything of consequence, with the exception of writing 2 books that don't even have they're not peer reviewed. There's no source material inside of these books. I have a video where he said the shockumentary was going to open. He's going to do his shockumentary is going to be coming out in 2014. This was in 2013 when he said this. And there's still no document. He collected money for it, just like he collected money for these trap bandos for the last decade at least, millions of dollars, and there's still no functional school, no accredited school where children are enrolled and being educated. I'm telling you, I'm not here again and this is going to be my last point. I'm not here to be disrespectful towards Umar Johnson Falls, but the notion that this guy is doing things that are tangible, it's complete delusion. This guy won't work a job. This guy is scamming people, saying that he's going to come to speak and he keeps the money. He'll keep the deposit. He scammed King Randall out of over $3,000. That's on record. And people still believe this guy who's unwilling to even work a regular old job. They believe this guy is some kind of, and then he talks so much trash about everyone else who are far more accomplished in life, far more successful, and they've done tangible things. Thanks for Super Chat, Opsa. Okay, but now for real, we're going to be closing this out. Here we go. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. I apologize. Here we go.
If we had, yes.
Oh, this is the wrong one too. Here we go.
Indians now, because they're about to take over the black community. So all pretendians, you should go get you a dot. Go get you a dot right here. Pretendians, go get you a dot. Go get you a copy of the Bhagavad Gita. Go get you some curry chicken and join in.
This is so disrespectful. You guys hear this guy? It's so disrespectful. See, now if there was a white person talking like this about a black person or black people, Umar is Black Lives Matters time. James, if you're still here, I emailed you. Let me know if you got the email. Okay.
With the Kamala movement. Pretendians, you can now be East Indians.
Yeah, he is part Cuban. Yeah, he is.
Pretendians, you can now be East Indians. They're going to be running the show. Pretendians, you can now be East Indians. And the reason Kabamala kept talking about middle.
Yeah, well, we can promote him. The thing is, the way I would do it is I would have him on as an interview guest and talk about his. I don't think he would do it though, because he used to be a supporter of Umar, and I remember he did a video where he was saying he wished people would stop criticizing Umar. And I'm not saying this to. It's not ego involved here, but I have a sense that he was in part talking about me. Now he didn't say anything disrespectful, but that's because he believed in Umar at that time. See, but the truth, it comes to light, and at a certain point, Umar, more recently, like within the last 2 months, Umar, no, it was revealed within the last 2 months that Umar scammed King Randall out of over $3,000. But he did this a couple of years ago. King Randall didn't say anything about it. He should have said it in my opinion, he should have said something from the beginning, because that provides more proof as to Umar being a scammer, and it could have protected other people. Because you all think he's only going to scam King Randall? No, he scammed people all over the world. I interviewed an organization out in, I think it was Toronto. I still have the interview, and they gave me receipts, and they sent them a deposit, and then he decides not to show up, and he cancels and don't give the money back. They have to scramble to find a replacement. And so Irritated Genie was the person that they brought on to replace Umar, but he never gave the money back. So he's been doing this type of thing for over a decade now. And the reason I'm saying that about King Randall is I don't think he probably wouldn't come on, because I'm a staunch critic of Umar Johnson. And back in the day, it was years ago when I was criticizing Umar, King Randall was a defender. In essence, he was a defender of Umar. Okay, not these days, because he's realized the truth. Umar is nothing more than a scammer.
Middle class. And the reason Kabamala kept talking about the middle class. And the reason Kabamala kept talking about the middle class.
Yeah, I have the receipt. He has a grandfather named Cicero who was Cuban, and there was a time where he went down to Cuba too. I have all those receipts. I can pull it up, but we got to start writing the show down. James, I sent you. I don't know if you're still here, but I sent you an email, and I also sent an email to who else? I can't remember, who was it? Sigmund. I sent you email. I just want to get, if one of the two of you, if you could just say, yeah, I got the email, I saw the eviction notice, it is real, I would appreciate that, where I can put it up on the screen and let people know, because there's going to be people like, you didn't show it and you're just making it up. Yeah, anyway, let's go.
That's a code word to white America that we're not talking to black people. That's a code word to white America. Listen to me. I told y'all this 8 years ago. I told y'all this 16 years ago. When they say middle class, that means not poor. We're not talking to black people coming out of prison. We're not talking to homeless blacks. We're not talking to single black mothers with children. When you hear the word middle class, that is a cold word that we're not talking to black people. That's why they had them dance for you. They had them sing for you. They had Al Sharpton and D.L. Hughley and Kerry Washington and Michelle and Barack. Symbols for Negroes, substance for everybody else. Symbols for Negroes, substance for everybody else. Symbols for Negroes, substance for everybody else. Symbols for Negroes.
This guy tripping.
Substance for everybody else. Brothers and sisters, I'm not going to keep you too much longer. I'm just hurt that you have black people running around campaigning for a woman who don't even care about. This woman shook her head. I'm not going to do nothing just for black people. She was so emotional in her.
Okay, by the way, if someone says I'm not going to do something just for black people, it doesn't mean that they're not going to do anything for black people. They're just not going to do anything just for black people. You guys see what I'm saying? But Umar got to turn it into some whole other thing. I hope you guys know some whole other thing. Some whole other thing. Okay. No, he's not a pretending. Don't, but I do have the receipt. Hold on one second. Matter of fact, here. Just so you I ain't making it up. Sigmund ain't. Sigmund still ain't told me he got the thing. Oh, you got okay. Your stuff is good right here. Let it always. Okay. So I'm going to assume that you got the receipt that I sent you. So Sigmund has verified it officially. Okay. Just so I don't make up anything. I have the document for the eviction. I just don't feel comfortable putting it up on the screen, even though it is public record. But I do have it, and I sent it to Sigmund and also sent it to James. Okay. Here's the receipt right here. Hold on one second. This is Umar when he was in Cuba a couple of years back. Let me do a screen share here. Here we go. Let me know if you can hear the audio.
Peace and love, black families. The Prince of Pan Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson, live and direct. I'm here in Cuba. We down on the South Coast having a good time, really enjoying myself. You know, I have a great grandfather who was from Cuba, who migrated to the United States of America.
All right, you guys got that? You can hear it? Okay, cool. There you go. He was over there with a do-rag on. Where can you find the okay. Let me see if I can get that for you. I may not be able to do it, but I'll look to see. Okay. I mean, I could do it. I'll just have to go and look. But hold on one second.
Live and direct. I'm here in Cuba. We down on the South Coast having a good time, really enjoying myself. You know, I have a great grandfather who was from Cuba, who migrated to the United States of America. I had the blessing of meeting him prior to his transition unto the next level. And so it was an honor to meet that great grandfather of mine. He was Cuban.
Also great grandfather.
It was important for me to come. You know, as someone who studies the ancestors, it's always important that I visit the homes of my ancestors and connect.
It's so ridiculous. He's down in Cuba with a do-rag on. That's wild.
Cuba was one of the first Caribbean islands to begin the enslavement of African people, and it was one of the last.
Yeah, there were a lot of slaves that were sent to Cuba too. Brazil was the main place. Also, the Caribbean. I guess Cuba too would be Caribbean, but there's a lot of in the Caribbean. Okay, we got to wind this down for sure. Here we go.
Could have just said, we can't only serve the American Africans.
That's
something we can think about. She shook her head. The 2 drops of Negro came out of Kamala. The 2 drops of ancient African DNA came out of that South Asian woman. The 2 drops of ancient African.
He's so disrespectful. He's a colorist. He's a racist, and it goes on and on.
Melanin came out of that East Indian woman, and she shook her head and said, I'm not going to do nothing just for black people. With emotion. With emotion.
Okay, but she said just for black people. That doesn't mean that she's not going to do anything for black people. It just means that she can't say, I'm only going to do something for black people. Umar, are you tripping?
So here's what I want to say to all of y'all who consider her a black woman. Here is what I want to say to all of y'all who consider her a black woman. If she considered herself a part of us, if she considered herself a part of us, why did she answer that question in the third person? I'm going to ask you again. If Kamala Harris considers herself an American African, a Jamaican African, if she considers herself a part of us, why did she answer that question with such negative emotion and in the third person? Why did Kamala Harris, when asked what she was going to do for black people, why did she answer that question with such negative emotion and in the third person? She didn't say us. She said black people. She said y'all.
Y'all.
And Donald Trump is no better. Donald Trump did nothing. And here's another thing. D.L. Hughley, Steve Harvey, Ricky, My uncles who I love and respect, no hate. This is only debate. No hate. This is only debate. I'm not here for division. If y'all going to push Kamala Harris, D.L. Hughley, if y'all going to push Kamala Harris, Steve Harvey, if y'all going to push Kamala Harris, Ricky Smiley, can you at least get a concession? This is why I'm so disappointed. I could respect you, DL, for crashing out on the convention stage if you got a single concession. What is she going to do about police brutality? Is she going to eliminate qualified immunity? Y'all keep talking about Donald Trump is going to give the police full immunity. Kamala Harris ain't saying nothing about qualified immunity. Y'all crying about Donald Trump giving the police full immunity, but y'all ain't said a word about Kamala Harris protecting qualified immunity. I ain't heard Vice President Harris say one word about getting rid of qualified immunity for police. I ain't heard Vice President Kamala Harris say one word about getting rid of qualified immunity for police. When she talks about people of color, POC, y'all think she talking about y'all. Politically uneducated American Africans. People of color. The word would not even be used if they cared about black people. Somebody answer the question. Why did they stop calling black people and started calling you people of color? Why did they stop calling black people and started calling you people of color? Why did they stop calling black people and started calling you people of color? To exclude you from the conversation. People of color does not mean black. It means everybody who is not white but is not black. People of color means everybody who is not white but is not black. People of color means everybody who is not white but who is not black. When y'all going to get over this? You must be mentally ill to champion somebody who ain't gave you a single concession. She didn't even show up to the National Association of Black Journalists invitation. Kamala Harris ain't interviewing with no black people, just like Barack Obama. They don't have to.
Okay, let me just say this real quick. Someone had asked where they can find the receipts on Umar's evictions. If you go to the Philadelphia Court First Judicial District of Pennsylvania, you can find it here. It's all public record. He has two actually on record. You would just have to look under the search needs to be dealing with, I think it'll say evictions, and then he would be the defendant. It's landlord/tenant case type. And then you would have to go, you can change the date search. I would put, you can put it all the way down to 2010. That would be a good place to start. You can actually go before that. I'll put 2005. And then it goes to the current date, and then you need to put in Umar Johnson. And then the way you put it in is I'll put it inside the chat room. You can put it in like this, and it will come up. And then you click go, and it will pull up. He actually has two cases. I'm only seeing one populating right now, but he actually has two cases. And I actually have both of them actually documented, but it's only showing one right now for the record. And then, I mean, I could show this, but listen, I'm not going to do this here publicly. Again, it's all public record. You guys can look it up yourself. I've given you the resources. But keep in mind that this coincides with Umar and the whole school scam actually starting to bring it up more and then saying that it was going to open in 2013. Yeah, this is this one right here. This is from, wait a minute. This can't be right. This one is from 2000. No, this is right. This is the other one. There's an older one. This is one from 2019. So this is in and around the time. No, this can't be right. Hold on a second. This is something new. Hold on. Let me let this play. I'll be right back.
They're going to get your vote anyway. And it looks like her sister had on extra dark makeup. When you look at Kamala Harris's sister's pictures, her and Kamala are the same complexion. And this is no disrespect to the young lady. She has a black husband, I believe. Kamala Harris's sister They put on dark makeup. That woman is not that dark. She is not darker than Kamala Harris. Go online and look.
There's the colorism part. Umar thinks that you being black is associated with the color of your skin. It's just ridiculous. We got people who are considered to be black, and the larger society would classify them as black, and their skin are lighter than some of these white people out here. Umar, you tripping? You're a colorist. I'm looking at this. This is another one. So I'm going to have to correct myself too, but this is just more information. He had an eviction in 2019. So yeah, he actually had a place up until 2019. This is why I screwed up. And so let me correct this now. Because see, I made a statement that I think it was the last live stream, maybe been the one before. I'm going to correct myself here. I'm going to apologize. And I said Umar hadn't had his own place for a decade. And then I pulled up the eviction notice that I have that I was talking about earlier. And that would prove that, yeah, he hadn't had his own place, because the last time he was evicted was back in, I think it was 2010, remember serving correctly. But no, that's not true. It was 5 years ago, which is what I corrected myself on. It's not 10. I said 10, and then I correct myself. I said it was 5, but then I said, no, it must be 10 based upon what I was talking about earlier. I know this sounds confusing, but I want to correct myself here. I apologize, because I have another eviction notice listed right here as public record, and it was filed September 10, 2019. This is months after Umar acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. And I can say from that time to present, over the last 5.5 years, that Umar hasn't had his own place. That's why he's been living with his mama. And here's the thing. What's crazy is that even when he had his own place, there were times where he was still living with his mama. This is crazy. But I think that's the enmeshment part. And I shouldn't even say living with his mother. He would be over there. He would be live streaming up over there. See, now it makes sense. Now I see why the timeline in my mind, I was wondering, well, anyway, it's a whole other thing. I was trying to figure this out before. This was, maybe a couple of months ago. I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. But now I see why, because yeah, he was evicted, and it was filed September 10th, 2019. Yep. Plaintiff states she owns the real property located. It's the plaintiff. I'm not going to give the actual location, but it is public record. Plaintiff further states that there is a lease between him and her, him/her, it/it, and the above referenced defendants, meaning Umar Abdullah Johnson. The lease is written, attached, and began on January 12th, 2019. So the month prior to Umar announcing that the school was going to open, he had his own residence, but the residence was in Philadelphia. Why would you go in on a lease a month before you purchase these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, if the properties are in Philadelphia? Why do people think that this guy was serious? You guys follow me on this? Hit the one. And then when he flips the phone, he says, I think he was at his mama's house at that point, though. He was over at his mama's house. That wasn't this spot right here. I've already looked into all this. But when he flips the phone, he says, I'm moving to Wilmington. That was later on that year. Well, what do you mean you're moving to Wilmington? You just went into this lease. It says right here that you went into the lease on January 12th, 2019. And the term is for a year or more. This guy's such a liar. So you see Umar's dire financial situation around, and he had been collecting. This is crazy. Why is it that Umar is getting eviction notice when up until 2000, the end of 2016, he had already collected $1 million? What in the world is going on? I can pull up the receipt right now where he says it. There's a post and there's a video. We've covered it. Why is he getting eviction notices in September of 2019? Wherein by the time we get into 2017, he had already collected $1 million. And he hadn't even purchased a school yet. See, this money was going towards paying child support, This money was going towards turning the heat down. This money was going towards student loans, et cetera, et cetera. Hold on, I'll be right back. This is crazy. We learn something every day. Here we go. I'll be right back.
Look at pictures of Kamala Harris's sister. Go online and look at pictures of Kamala Harris's sister. Go online and look at pictures of Kamala Harris's sister. She is not that dark. The Democratic Party plantation made her dark. They made her snap her neck, shake her head. They made her act like a black woman on that stage. That woman is not that dark. Look at her pictures. They darkened her up. I am not disrespecting her. I respect that East Indian woman. I ain't got no problem with respecting East Indians. They are human beings. They deserve respect, but she is not that dark. They darkened her up to appeal to y'all. They darkened her up to appeal to y'all. They darkened her up to appeal to y'all. All that black music, not a word in the speech about black people. You had Mark Morial, you had Al Sharpton, you had Kerry Washington, you had D.L. Hughley, you had John Legend perform. Common Sense, I think Common Sense perform. Common Sense, I love and respect you, my brother. Did you?
Here we go. But did you donate? See, but all of this is colorism coming from Umar Johnson's point of view. But he's going to say something negative. Watch.
Get any concessions for black people?
See, I thought you were going to say, did you donate? Okay, but he always says, but. Lenon, do you think if Kamala's husband was a black man that Umar would be talking the same way, or would he be calling her queen or queen mother or something, John? The way that Umar thinks is whatever I can do to disparage black people and place the attention on me, I'm going to do it. I don't think it would matter with Umar. Let me even say this. And it don't matter to me, but let's say if Kamala Harris was a black, like there's no undeniably she's a black woman. Okay, let people say she is, some people say she's not. I really don't care. We can do a debate show on it at some point. It really don't matter to me. But let's say that Erica, she looked like you, and we say, okay, that's a sister straight up. We know that for sure. We don't even have to ask any questions. It wouldn't matter to Umar. He would still take shots. Because that's Umar. See, Umar wants to make it seem as if it's about skin color. It's not about skin color. It's about jealousy with this guy. It's about, look at all these people they're on the world stage and getting all this attention. Who is he just mentioned Common Sense. D.L. Hughley. Now he wants to debate. Next he wants to debate D.L. Hughley. Erica, next thing you hear, he's gonna talk about I want to do a rap off. We're gonna do a rap off family with Common, and we're gonna do it at the school. We're gonna see who's the best rapper. Because he's in this Democratic plantation. See, but it's really just jealousy because they're on the world stage. That's the DNC, but Umar's not there. So this is say, Erica, I could be wrong, but from what I know, and all this is hypothetical, but me knowing how Umar Johnson is, he would take shots anyway. I mean, listen, Erica, this could be two black people that grew up in Philadelphia, North Philadelphia. Born and raised in the playground is where they spent all of their days, maxing and relaxing and acting all cool, trying to shoot basketball outside the school. I mean, these could be black descendants of slaves. Matter of fact, they great grandparents on both sides, they were all slaves here in the United States of America. It still wouldn't matter to Umar. He's going to find some way to attack. That's what he does. So that's my answer to that. If Kamala's husband was black, from what I know, she's a Jewish guy. But if he was a black man, it wouldn't matter to Umar. And if Kamala Harris looked like you and was everyone knew, we wouldn't even question it. He would still take shots. That's how Umar Johnson is. He's always been like that. It's about the attention. He's extremely jealous. He's just an extremely jealous person. Whenever he sees black people shining, he might say something positive, but then he'll say "but," and then he starts taking shots. That's Umar, and I don't think that's ever going to change with this guy. I mean, that's just how he is. Miss Old School became a new member. Thank you so much as we wind this show down. And Johnson says, Umar reminds me of his FDMG no class. Yeah, he's so disrespectful and reckless with his talking points. He's a colorist too, even bringing up color of the skin and all this kind of stuff. And she's not that black. And they made her look, what are you talking about? I ain't even seen her sister. She probably fine too. Let me go look. Her name is Maya. No, she all right. She ain't as fine as Kamala though. Kamala look like a good fine grandmama to me. What's the big deal? I don't understand, Umar. What you tripping off of? Why are you going after her? He said that they made her skin look darker. Umar, you're such a hateful person. I mean, you attack everybody. Her skin is darker than her sister's, but so what? I don't get it. It's not that big of a deal to me. But come on, boy, she was looking good when she was boy. She was younger. I said, oh my goodness. I would have got, if she was a prosecutor, I would have been done some crime, Jonathan. I said, arrest me, family. I need to go to jail right now. I need to get to this court case. I can come on. I'm just playing. All right, let's finish up. Here we go.
Mark Morial, did you get any concessions for black people? Al Sharpton, did you get any concessions for black people? Kerry Washington, as beautiful as you can be, as articulate as you can be, my.
Here we go. She gonna say, but I gotta really go back through all of these eviction notices from Umar and the ones from his mother too, and just get the timeline right, because I don't think I have a firm grasp on this. I may have been saying some stuff that is not true. I'm talking about in terms of the timeline, and then the evictions and stuff. I think my timeline is off, So I'm going to have to really look into this and dig deeper in this and get my timeline right. So I'm going to say in advance, I probably have said stuff in the past, but I just saw this right here. Again, this was filed September 10th of 2019, and Umar is the only one who's on this. It does say all other occupants, but it looks like this is when the last time he had his own residence and he was evicted from. This is just months away from him acquiring his abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna figure it all out. It's just I have a sense that I've said things in the past about Umar, not only where he was staying, but also where his mother, because it would have to all line up. And I can do the extra research to figure it all out and maybe present that inside. I wouldn't show the documents though. Maybe I'll show redacted or something, but I wouldn't show everything. Just to be clear about the timeline, because it really does speak to the truth that Umar was in financial peril. If he purchases these abandoned buildings in February of 2019 and he only spent $400,000, but he had over $1 million collected by that time, why is he getting eviction notices? Why isn't he paying his rent? And so they end up filing in September. This is just what, 7 months after he acquires these. That's crazy to me. 7 months after he acquires these abandoned buildings, he's getting eviction notices. Where'd all the money go? And here we are now 5.5 years later. This he's up $2.6, $2.7 million, somewhere around there by now. Last year, he said he had collected the paperwork he filed with the IRS that he collected over $200,000. Listen, if this has been going on for a decade and he's collecting $200,000 in 2023, this is after he's fallen off big time. How much money y'all think he collected early on? This guy's way over $2.5, $2.6, $2.7 million by now. Why is he getting eviction notices in September of 2019, though? He should have had at least, what, $600,000 of donation money sitting around? More than that. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through all this again and get my timeline, because I think I've said stuff that's incorrect when it comes to his evictions and him having a residence. But getting this seeing this now just puts things in perspective in terms of his acquisition date for FDMG, February of 2019. This is crazy. He also had tax liens, and people have them. I get it, but if your tax liens, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars for one of these years. I can't even remember what the figure was, but that's because the money that he collected for the FDMG, it was all personal income because he didn't have tax exempt status. How are you collecting all this money, hundreds of thousands of dollars, leading into 2017 when you're already at $1 million, and it's personal income until you finally get tax exempt status? How are you getting eviction notices? Someone gonna have to make this make sense to me. I really don't get it. It's beyond me. All right, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Beautiful African sister, I love you, but did you get a single concession? Why are we running around crashing out for cash?
Yeah, I know that it wasn't supposed to be spent on himself, but where did it go? You see what I'm saying? After purchasing this abandoned building for $400,000, by now Umar should still have around $2 million sitting around somewhere. And even if you look at the taxes that he paid and the HVAC, we can bring that down to, let's say, $1.5 million. He should be sitting, $1.5 million is unaccounted for at this point. Where'd the money go? That's what I'm saying. Now I get what you're saying, Big Ben. It wasn't supposed to be spent on him. But then where's the money at then? See, what I will propose here is that, yeah, the money was spent on him, but he wasn't even taking care of the basic necessities of life, which is consistent. This guy doesn't have his own car. He doesn't have his own place to stay. Now in 2024, we're 5.5 years later, right? It's consistent. Umar's living out of hotels and motels. How is he paying for that? How much money has Umar spent on hotels and motels over the last 5.5 years? Again, this eviction notice is 2019. It's expensive to be living out of hotels and motels for 5.5 years. How much money has he spent on rental cars? It's expensive to be doing that for well, he probably was doing that even before that. Okay, I know that he was. In fact, he could have been doing rental cars for like the last decade. And then eating out all the time. He don't have a job. Where's the money? Well, what I'm getting at, Big Ben, I do see your point, is that the money wasn't supposed to be spent on him, but it was spent on him. And where's all the money at this point? He should be sitting on $1.5 million easily. It's crazy. And he's getting eviction notices in September of 2019, where at that time he should have been sitting on around $600,000, $700,000.
Candidates without a single promise.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me do this.
Uncle Steve Harvey said he was not being paid to push Kamala.
Okay, I'll do this. I'm going to give you guys the case docket. This would be the easiest way. There's another one too. I just got to go and find it, but this is the one from 2019. Here's the case docket, and you guys can look this up yourself. You can go to the Philadelphia Court's First Judicial District of Pennsylvania, and then do a search for, and you would have to do some CAPTCHA stuff, but you do a case search, and you can put that case number in right there, and it should pop up. In fact, if someone can do it while we're closing out this live stream, just let me know if it works or not. And this is just one of them. There's another one too. I just didn't see it. I'll have to keep looking. Okay, here we go.
Uncle Steve Harvey said he was not being paid to push Kamala. Uncle Steve Harvey said he was not being paid to push Kamala. Do you know what that means, Uncle Steve? When you say you were not being paid to push Kamala, you basically said they already own you, so there's no need for further compensation. Uncle Steve, I love and respect you, brother.
Here we go.
I love and respect you. When you said you was pushing Kamala for free, do you know what you really said? Uncle Steve, do you know what you really said when you said they didn't pay you, you were pushing Kamala for free? You basically admitted you was already bought and sold, my brother. You basically admitted you were already bought and sold. My goodness. Here go another plantation slave. Let me tell you how you know when you found a plantation slave. You know you.
Yeah, by the way, the other one's not going to come up because the website doesn't go past 10 years anymore. This other one, it was from and I have it. This other one goes back to 2000. It was, I want to say oh, I see why. Yeah, you would have to go back to 2009 in order to see the other one. But I do have it downloaded because that's the one I was referring to earlier. It was, again, it correlates to when he made the announcement that he's going to be working on FDMG, and then school's going to open. You know, the Facebook post is going to open in 2013. That Facebook post was from January of 2010. But see, this website will only now go back a decade. And now that we're in 2024, it's only going to go back to 2014. That other eviction notice goes back prior to that. So you guys won't be able to find that one. Only one is going to show up. Okay, here we go.
Found a plantation slave. When you speak about Kamala, they call you a Trump supporter. That's how you know you're dealing with a low vibrational, politically uneducated Negro. When you criticize Kamala, they say you
Yeah, here we go with the disrespect and demeaning. Wow, we're almost 4 hours.
must be a member of the Republican plantation. They believe all blacks are slaves. They believe all blacks are slaves. When you criticize Kamala, they automatically assume that you are on the Republican Party plantation. They don't believe that there's a such thing as a free-thinking African. They don't believe there's a such thing as a free-thinking African. They don't believe there's a such thing as a free-thinking African. You already know what the solution is. Stop asking. You just in denial. You already know what the solution is. Stop asking. You're just in denial. You already know what the solution is. Stop asking. You're just in denial. The solution is to divest, hold the vote. Demand something for it or keep it to yourself. That's the solution for the black vote. Demand something for it as an organized black power, black vote block. We need a black vote for black power block. We need a black vote for black power block. Demand something as a unit, as a race, as a block, or don't vote at all. Get something for it or don't.
Okay, so real quick, let's not make comments like this. I know that you know, people, whatever you guys may feel in terms of politics, I get it and I understand. I'm going to say that to you all, but let's not be demeaning and disrespectful in that way. We're not going to be calling women hoes and stuff up on here. I don't care if it's Kamala, if you're a Democrat or Republican. Let's say if the Republican candidate was to run for president was a woman, we're not going to do that. So I'm going to I'm not saying this as a warning. I'm just saying right now that if Mazda don't get to it, I will block people. I ain't blocked nobody on here live in a long time. I just don't do it. Well, I can't even say that. I'm rarely even in the chat room. But I just want to make a point. This is another reason why it's hard for me to even want to do shows on like politics, because we have to have some standard. You can disagree. You can be Republican. You can be Democrat. But let's not do that. Okay, let's not do that, because at that point it's like, okay, we sound like Umar. Okay, I'm not going to have that. So I'm going to let everyone know right now. I'll go ahead and delete this comment now. But if you're going to be talking like that, in particular about women, I'm just going to block you. You can come back and set another account, I guess, if you want to do that. But just understand that this is not something that I endorse or I will tolerate on my YouTube page, period. Okay, no disrespect. Let's finish this up. Here we go.
Give it away. You get something for it or you don't give it away. You get something for it or you don't give it away. Period, point blank, end of story. But you can't do that because you've been brainwashed into believing voting for black people is an obligation to ancestors who are no longer here. Dr. King and Fannie Lou Hamer, they didn't fight for the vote so it could be used as a ritual.
Yeah,
voting.
no, I don't mind that. If people want to say Trump 2024, Kamala, I don't mind that at all. But you know, people going too far is going too far. Let's just be respectful. All right, that's all I ask. You guys, you know, I don't ask for much. You know, I'm always thankful when I get in super chats or cash apps and stuff, but I don't ask for it. I don't ask people. I may ask for people to like or to vote. On matter of fact, I need to look and see where we're at with the poll. I don't really ask for much, but there's certain things that it's just outside the scope. You know, so if you guys want to say Trump 2024 MAGA, that's fine. I have a problem with it. You want to say Kamala Harris 2024, we won't go back. I don't have a problem with it. Go ahead, put it in all caps. I have no problem with it whatsoever. But let's not take personal shots at people and do the ad hominem attacks like Umar does. Okay, let's just not do that. That's just not something I'm going to tolerate. So go ahead, if you guys want to who you support, go ahead, put it on there. I don't mind at all. All right, here we go.
Is not a ritual. Voting is not a ritual. Voting is not a religion. Voting is not a religion.
Here we go. Now everyone's starting to go. Here is 2024. Lord. Here we go.
Voting is not a rites of passage. Voting is not a ritual. It's not an empty symbol. You're not supposed to vote for a symbol. Voting is not a symbol. Voting is a transaction for everybody except Africans. Voting is a transaction for everybody but Africans. Voting is a transaction. You're actually supposed to get something for it. Did you know that? American Africans? You're actually supposed to get something for your vote. And they're supposed to tell you what they're going to give you before you vote. Steve Harvey, Uncle Steve the Naive Harvey, Steve Naive Steve Harvey said, if we don't vote this time, we don't get nothing next time. If we don't vote this time, we don't get nothing next time. If we don't vote this time, we don't get nothing next time. Steve Harvey. We've been voting Democrat for 93 years. How many more empty elections are you expecting black people to tolerate? Naive Uncle Steve Harvey. We've been voting Democrat for 93 years. How many more empty, symbolic, ritual?
Okay, by the way, thank you so much, Balls of Steel. I don't have a problem with this either. You know, listen, free speech, but just be respectful. That's all. You know, I haven't decided on who I'm going to vote for. It's just that's the thing. I tended to stay away from politics, except when I was in my conspiracy theory days, because oftentimes people, it's almost like an opportunity to express hatred towards other people. I just don't believe in that. I'm not a hateful person. I'm just not. Does it mean that I love everybody? Not necessarily. There's some people I just can't stand, but it's a handful, you know, but I'm not a hateful person. And so I'm not going to use politics or people's political leanings or their sexual orientation or their religious affiliation. I'm not going to use that against people. I'm not going to see anyone any less than because of any of that stuff. I may not necessarily agree with, okay, if you got a certain religion or whatever, I'm like, okay, well, that's your business. Sexual orientation, that's your business. Political leanings, that's your business. I don't even know what my political leanings are at this point. I was going to take this test. It'll give you an idea. I think I'm somewhere down the middle. But I'm not going to hold any of that against anybody. You know, same thing, you know, LGBT. Umar, you guys, the thing, if you guys listen to old Umar, he used to take so many shots at the LGBT community. It was crazy. See? Now, when I grew up, that I used to clown, I had a close friend who was gay. We just never talked about it. He was like a friend of the family. We never talked about it. He was a cool dude. You know, he was one of the coolest people I ever met in my life. But when I was talking with the homies, did I say stuff about gay people that was inappropriate? Yeah, I did. Okay. Well, people will probably classify as being homophobic these days. Okay. But you grow, you mature. You know, same thing with lesbians. We didn't really talk about lesbians either. It was just something that was hush hush back then. These days it's totally different. But I never held it against anybody. In other words, I wouldn't treat anyone any less because they're lesbian or because of their bi or because of their homosexual. I wouldn't do that. But same thing applies if it's someone that has a different faith or another faith or what have you. I wouldn't hold it against a person. I just wouldn't do that. I don't use that stuff as an opportunity to hate people. Same thing with politics. But sometimes people take it too far. You know, they use it as an opportunity to call people names and be disrespectful. I just think it's totally unnecessary. It's really unnecessary because see, what happens is after this election is over with, then we got 4 more years to wait. People ain't going at each other like they're going at each other. In a very real sense, a lot of it is media contrived. If media didn't report on any of this stuff and then show all the back and forth, people wouldn't be so emotionally invested in it. It's like sports. Where NBA is not happening right now, and I apologize. I've got to say this: NBA is not happening right now, so I don't really watch sports. And not many people are talking about the Lakers right now. But as soon as we get closer to the season starting, and everyone starts to jump in and talking all this stuff and going at each other, and this is my team and that's your team and blah blah blah. Well, Democrat, Republican, etc. You gay, you're not, you know. And it just goes on. And I'm Christian, I'm Muslim, and it just goes on and on and on. It's just the way, and then we get so riled up about it. But I don't think it should be about that. I think it should be about intellectual discourse, and people should be able to keep their composure and not get into ad hominem attacks. I just think it's totally unnecessary. And people use that as an opportunity to hate people from other countries. They'll hate immigrants. You know, they'll just figure out ways to hate anybody. I'm not a hateful person like that. You know, so I apologize. I don't want people to think that somehow I'm trying to censor people inside my chat room. That's not what I'm doing here. I just want people to understand that there are some guidelines, and I think they're reasonable. I don't ask much of people. I appreciate the people's support. I appreciate people coming to view, but I don't give demands on what people have to do, anything like that. But at the very least, if we can be respectful of each other, I would really appreciate it. Okay. Okay, we're going to finish this up now, and I apologize for ranting. Here we go.
Realistic elections, you want black people to tolerate Steve Harvey before we get something for the vote. Uncle Steve naive.
This guy just snorting.
I want to debate with Steve Harvey, D.L. Hughley, and Ricky Smiley. I want to debate with Steve Harvey, D.L. Hughley, and Ricky Smiley.
Yeah,
I want to debate with Steve Harvey, D.L. Hughley, and Ricky Smiley. Please put the word out. You two being struggle streamers. You two being struggle streamers.
Here we go. Here we go.
You two being struggle streamers. I have an assignment for you. Y'all been stealing all my content for free. So when I ask you to do something, I need you to do it.
You're going to ask him to donate. He's talking about King Kong consciousness. That's what he's talking about, that YouTube page, and probably 60 million views.
Two being struggle streamers. Y'all be stealing all my content for free. So when I ask you to do something, do it. I need you to put the word out. Dr. Umar wants a public debate in front of the black community with Steve Harvey, Ricky Smiley, and D.L. Hughley.
Yeah, but those other YouTube channels that put up Umar Johnson videos, they don't do anything else. It's not like they have commentary or anything like that. So Umar, I don't know what you're talking about, but am I going to want to tell people, Steve Harvey, they're not taking you serious. You a clown. Up in here looking like that cartoon character with French fries on his head. You need to cut it out.
Whether or not the Democratic Party is the party for blacks. I am the president of young black America. I am the president.
No, you're not, Umar. Do you really think that she doesn't have a chance? We're going to have to. I think she has a chance. I think that this is a bit of an exaggeration here. I think she has a chance, right?
Of the American African youth movement. I represent all young black youth under 30. We're all my under 30-year-olds. Make some noise. I am the official president of young black America. I represent the young, fearless, intelligent, thinking for the. Where my young people at? If you under 30, make some noise. Where my silverback gorillas at? Where my under 30 brothers and sisters? African immigrants, that includes you. Latino Africans, if you identify as African full-time, that includes you. I'm talking to under 30. I'm going to have an under 30 convention. We are having an under 30. I need my under.
Now, he's been promoting this, but if it happens, I don't think it's his event. I think it's someone else's event, and he's going to be there because he don't have no organization skills. But he's been promoting this. I saw the flyer.
The 30-year-olds, find me a place.
Or maybe it wasn't a flyer. It was a post where it was a post that had a flyer. But then on the right side on the Instagram page, he actually has these dates where they're supposed to be having this con. I don't think it's him though. I think he's just making it up, or he's attending because he does that, but he acts like it's his event. Like when Queen Mother pulled him off the stage, he was trying to act like it was his event. That wasn't his event. Same thing when he was speaking, lost his voice and was all hoarse and sounded crazy like a Sith Lord. That wasn't his event, but he'll promote it as if he's a keynote speaker. He's such a scammer and liar. He cloud chases so much, it's ridiculous.
Houston, Texas needs a convention. Houston or Dallas, we need a Texas convention for the silverback gorillas. We need a Georgia convention for the silverback gorillas. We need a Chicago or Detroit convention for the silverback gorillas.
Silverback.
We need a New York City convention for the silverback gorillas. That's Texas, Georgia, New York, Chicago, or Detroit. We need a.
By the way, I do have the eviction notice from 2010. This was December 15, 2010. And the one, you won't be able to find it on that website anymore because it only will allow you to go back 10 years from the current year, which is 2024. So you're going to go back to 2014. This receipt is from 2010. And then I also have the receipt from 2019. You can still gain access to that one on the website that I told people about today. And that's just two convictions. Two convictions. That's just two evictions. All right. Here we go.
California convention for my silverback gorillas.
Yeah,
we need a California. And where are we going to do the sixth one at? Texas, Georgia. Texas, Georgia.
He just making this up.
New York, Chicago, or Detroit, California. Under 30, where y'all want the sixth and final convention at? We got to put it over somewhere in the Midwest. We got to go over there to the Midwest. Or the deep south. We could do Mississippi. We could do Arkansas. I think we're going to do But Mississippi is close to Texas, though. We could do Texas or Mississippi. Texas or Mississippi. Texas or Mississippi. Georgia or Florida. Texas or Mississippi. Georgia or Florida. New York or New Jersey. Chicago or Detroit. We got to do California. We got one more. I'm organizing under 30. Because the people over 30, some of y'all can't think. Y'all can still come support, though. We need those over 30 to be supporters of young Black America. If you over 30, but we got to get the young people, y'all. Most of Black America is young people. Most of Black America, most of the African continent. I got to come to Africa and do a under 30 Pan-African political. Where my Africans at under 30? We're in Namibia, Botswana, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, Eritrea, Malawi.
Umar posted 10 minutes ago. He watching this show. Umar, you need to cut it out. You need to stop. He posted scared man walking. DL Hughley weasels out of debate. Umar, he gonna try everything to try to make this as if it was legitimate in the first place. It wasn't legitimate, Umar. This is just a figment of your imagination, but you have to have all the attention. I'm sorry, he's just such a loser. You clout chasing and making up false narratives like this was really potentially going to happen. Look at this right here. This is what he just posted like 10 minutes ago. Scared man walking. DL Hughley weasels out of debate.
I don't think he's interesting. I think that a man who says marry a Black woman but won't politically support her is a hypocrite. I think ultimately this dude talking about he's the king.
Yeah, but people shouldn't support Kamala Harris just simply because she's Black. If she is Black, in fact, I don't think it should matter. Anyway.
Does Dr. Umar know that King Kong died grabbing a white woman? Does he know that?
Holding on to a white woman.
That's true.
Yeah, he died holding on to a white woman. I'm just saying.
Yeah, missed that one.
Yeah, he died holding on to a white woman. As a matter of fact, all he did to the black women villagers, is eat them as human sacrifices. That's what they did. I just don't.
What in the world? Anyway.
I don't know.
So I'm looking over here though too. I want to see if he had posted this thing about the conference. It's not on here anymore. So maybe he decided not to do this fake conference that he was talking about earlier. Umar is in imagination. Anyway, let's finish up.
Malawi, Ethiopia, Madagascar, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, Angola, Mozambique. Over 30, you can support. Under 30, you are the movement. Over 30, you can support. Under 30, if y'all know.
Okay. Oh no, he does still have it. Let me just show us real quick and read it to you. We're gonna keep track of this and see over time and see if this actually happens. So there's an under 30 Black politician convention, political convention, September 21st. All right, so that would be in what? Wait a minute. Today's it's the 20. Oh no. This is this month. Yeah, this is this month. So what, 17 days away? Did I have that right? Yeah, but where, Umar? You see how he put an asterisk there? Because he making this up. Here's another one. Unless there is an actual event and he's going to be there, but it's not his event. Here's another one the following week. And then here's another one the next month. So let's keep track and see if this happens. If there is actually an under 30 Black political convention, I guarantee you he's not organizing it, and he may be there to speak, but he's not organizing it. All right, I guarantee you that right now. It may be a figment of his imagination too. Eastby says, "Do you think Umar would debate you, Lenon?" No, I don't think so. I don't think he would. It would be too damaging to his school scam for him. And really, it wouldn't be a debate. What would we debate exactly? Now, if the topic, let's put it this way. If we debated whether or not this is a scam, he wouldn't do it. And I would tear him up too. Because I would pull up receipt after receipt. Not only would I pull up videos, but I'll pull up documentation too, including the cease and desist where the state of Pennsylvania, they instructed Umar that he's not supposed to be collecting donations anymore in the state of Philadelphia for this fake fancy school. I would also pull up the IRS paperwork, and then I would also put together all of the documents that I have dealing with the amount of money that he's wasted, like on things such as taxes, and the fact that he did not have tax exempt status while he was collecting all this money leading up to the purchase date of these trap bandos. That's a lot of money. That's why he has taxings. I would pull that paperwork up too and say, Umar, you have a taxing. I will pull up the eviction notices. Wait a minute, why are you getting eviction notices in 2019? If you've collected all this money and you purchased abandoned buildings for $400,000, where did the rest of this money go? You had $1 million in 2017, at the beginning of 2017. Is that right? 14, 15, 16. Yeah, you got another $1 million. We got another, I think that was at the end of 2016. So 2017, he was at $1 million. And then you got 2 more years of collecting money. And in 2019, you purchased these abandoned buildings for $400,000. You should have been sitting on roughly $800,000 because you had 2 more years to collect money since you had $1 million. Where'd the rest of that money go? And then you getting eviction notices? Why can't you pay your rent? Where's the money at? Where's the ledger? How much money have you collected up to date? How much money? Because he hasn't updated people in years, many years, in fact. The last update he gave was what was it, $750,000 or something like that? I have it in the documentary. That documentary is years old now, and that was the update that he gave was years before that. So, Umar, how much money have you now? You said the purchase price is $400,000. Can you provide the documentation that shows the actual purchase price? He wouldn't be able to deal with that. And see how he would get to yelling and screaming. I would remain calm. And at a certain point, I said, listen, you're going to have to behave like a man, sir. Men don't get irate and yell and scream and act like a child throwing a tantrum. I've raised children and I know how children can be, but you're 50, sir. I'm going to need you to calm down and answer these questions like a man. Be calm and answer these questions like a man. He wouldn't want to deal with that. And the other thing is I wouldn't allow him to overtalk me and yell. I don't play that. I will put him in his place. Listen, sir, you're homeless. You have no business getting online and yelling like this. You should have some level of humility and calm yourself down and get your emotions under control, sir. Why are you acting like a child? He'll get more and more belligerent. I'll tell him, listen, Umar, I'm not going to go back at you yelling and screaming because that's not how men behave. So I'm going to ask you again to please calm down and act like a man. Stop behaving like a little child throwing a tantrum. I'm asking you basic questions, and all this information you should be sharing with people anyway. Why were you living inside your mama's closet? You're supposed to be the most requested scholar, but you're living inside your mama's closet. Why do you have these evictions, sir? Why, if you're the primary caretaker of your mother, why is it that you're traveling all over the world? Are you getting paid for being the primary caretaker? Because you have all these aliases. You simply could have used another alias in order to finagle the system in order to get paid. Are you getting paid for any of this? Why is your mother living in hood-like conditions? You say you're the primary caretaker. You collected millions of dollars, and you ain't even got a place for yourself, let alone providing for your mama so that she don't have to be living like that. That's crazy, sir. He wouldn't want to deal with that. There's no way. What Umar would want to do is yell and scream, and he would try to do everything to get away from the topic of FDMG. But you know what? I will keep him on track until he leaves, because he wouldn't be able to handle it. At a certain point, he just run off and rampage like a little kid. He's a coward too, by the way. He's an intellectual coward. See, he will say that D.L. Hughley is running scared and all this kind of stuff. But when it comes to FDMG, Umar, you're a coward because you won't address the real issues and you won't address the facts about this school scam. And you will run and you will lie and run. Just the fact that you lie about all these things, I shouldn't say that as if I'm talking to him, but just the fact that Umar lies about FDMG all the time, that's an act of cowardice. Instead of owning up to the truth that it is a failed project and it's nothing more than a scam, you got to be a coward. Umar has to function as a coward, and whenever people bring it up, he tries to divert away. See, the thing that I have is I have a level of composure, and I also have a level of emotional control. And then I have a level of intellect to be able to deal with Umar adequately. He wouldn't want to deal with that. See, what he wants to turn things into is a stage show where it's a circus and everyone's yelling and screaming and acting belligerent. Okay, I'm not about that. I've never been about that. And that's not how men should behave. And I would tell that to him. I'll tell that to him to his face too. I said, man, you ain't even acting like a man. Stop acting like a little child throwing a tantrum and act like you 50, bro. Cut it out. See, I don't raise kids. Boy, you raise enough kids long enough and you be there from the beginning and you learn some patience real quick. If you love them good enough, you'll learn some patience. So you can transfer that patience onto these big old babies who are 50 years old. Yeah, there's no way he would not. Umar, I know you watching this. If you want to come on one of these days, just let me know, bro. I'll clear the calendar. I'll take off from work. You don't know nothing about taking off from work. You just know about laying in the bed because you ain't got no job. But I'll take off from work, and we can set an 8-hour show. I'll even let you put your CashApp up there. Let people that want to donate or send you some money, they can do that too. Your followers are welcome to come too, and we'll have us a conversation about FDMG, the school scam. I know you're watching. That's why you're posting this foolishness up on your Instagram page right now, because we're covering DL Hughley and all these comments. We're supposed to get to the other video where he's specifically talking about DL Hughley. We're going to get to that tomorrow. But Umar, I know you're watching. It's just ridiculous, man. You, a homeless guy, live streaming inside of automobiles. It's crazy. Got everything to say about everyone else. Here we go.
A free place we can use. If you know of a free place we can use, we need free church, free coliseum. Come on now.
Here we go with the free.
Step to the mega churches. We need to use your space for free. Dr. Umar is having Bishop Turner, National Independent Black Political Movement for the under 30 American Africans. Let's get organized. I want to do it before Election Day. I want to do it before Election Day. If you live in Florida or Texas and you have a place for me, text message me.
Listen, Umar is not an intellectual giant. I think that for people who, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, but people who do not have a high level of intellectual aptitude and even more importantly, critical thinking skills, really what I'm getting at is discernment, they will be led to believe easily in many cases that Umar is somehow this great intellectual. He's not. See, people who are smart or have some level of intelligence and also have critical thinking skills and have discernment, we see it for what it is. He's not particularly intelligent. Is he intelligent? Yeah, but more in a crafty scammer type of way. You guys understand what I'm saying? I don't, when I hear Umar talk, it's not like I sit back and say, wow, this guy's really deep. I remember when I first heard about Umar and I was watching that, I was like, yeah, this guy, he sounds intelligent. But that was without discernment. That's like first impressions, but if you really look into Umar long enough and you really listen to Umar talk and you look at his behavior too, because a lot of it, what people see and they kind of get mesmerized with his ability to speak. If you actually look at his behavior, see, that's the true Umar. What he says is just what he says in order to fool people. But if you look at his behavior, you'll figure it out very quickly that this guy is not necessarily intelligent. See, intelligence would mean that if you collected millions of dollars, you would have something to show for it. And you're not getting evictions in the same year that you acquired these trap banners for $400,000. See, a level of intelligence would dictate that you would not be at the age of 49 going 50 and you're living inside your mama's closet, literally. Or even at the age of 50 now, these days, you would not be homeless and live streaming out of hotel, motel rooms and out of cars, vehicles. See, so intelligence, people have to look at this deeper. Intelligence is not just how one speaks or the words that they use or the level of superiority that they could exude upon people to try to make it appear as if somehow, they're this great thinker. And they step to the plate with this extreme level of perceived confidence, where in point of fact, he's just a fragile little boy. He has very low levels of self-esteem. Okay, that's not intelligence. Intelligence is, in my opinion, and I have a high level of respect for people who have levels of intelligence. Intellect to me is not just about what you know. It's about how you live your life and how you can translate what you know into your real life so that you can make your life better. That's not what we've seen with Umar. What we've seen is a degradation of his life, and I've watched it in real time over the last few years. But to people who lack critical thinking skills and people who lack a level of intelligence to go along with their critical thinking skills and they lack discernment, they will see Umar as being intelligent. I just don't see it that way. Again, when I first saw Umar early on, I was like, yeah, this guy sounds like it. But if you look into him long enough, you realize that you have the critical thinking discernment. You realize that it's not intelligence. What it is craftiness, which comes with the criminal mind. Now, are there criminal people who are intelligent? Absolutely. But they use their intelligence not to benefit other people. They use it to scam other people, to cause harm to other people, to take from other people. that which they believe that they can't get for themselves. And that's what Umar does. That's why he's always begging. See, if the internet got cut off tomorrow, Umar would not be able to survive because he survives off of other people. That's not even intelligent. Umar should be able to use his intelligence in order to make a life for himself without having to resort to scamming and scheming and taking, positioning himself as some sort of authority over black people. And that's what he does in these videos. That's why he talks down to black people all the time. He feels like he's some sort of authority. He's not. Not in my mind, he's not. And intellectually speaking, I don't find him to be particularly gifted. I think he has the gift of gab. But if you're intellectual, then you should be able to translate that into wisdom. And if you have a level of wisdom, then you would not be live streaming out of rental cars and homeless and live streaming out of these hotel motels, looking like a pookie. That's how I see it. Okay? But yeah, there are people who believe that. Anyway, let's finish this up. It's only about 2 minutes. Here we go.
If you live in Florida or Texas and you have a place
What's up,
for
man?
me, text me.
Yeah, I hope you're doing all right, Mr. Juarez. I ain't seen you in a minute. Thanks for the super chat. Everyone else too. Thanks for all the super chats too. Let me go look at this poll so I can get the final tally, and I'll close out the poll. If you haven't voted, go ahead and do it now. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for the super chat, and everyone else who sent the super chat. If you send in Cash Apps or PayPal, thank you so much. My Cash App, PayPal information is listed down inside the description for this video. Okay, we got 2 minutes left to close out. Here we go.
Message me. If you live in Chicago or Detroit and you have a place for the convention, if you live in California and you have a place for the convention, if you live in New Jersey or New York and you have a place for the convention, if you live in Texas or Mississippi, it needs to seat 500. We can't go under 500.
Okay, thank you so much, James. He put the eviction thing inside of the chat earlier. Thank you so much, James. Okay, because again, I've had people say, well, you're not putting up the receipts and blah. Yeah, but if I put up everything I have, literally these shows could be 10 hours, 12 hours. You know, and I just can't do that. I wouldn't mind doing it, but I just can't do that. I want to have this show to be less than 3 hours. I want it to be like 2 hours, and we're already at 4 hours and 30 minutes. It went by quick, though. But we're winding it down now. Let me go look at these final tallies as we close out here. Here we go.
I prefer 1,000, but we can't go under 500. Free. Stop trying to hustle everybody. Free place.
Look who's talking. You're asking for free. Everything is free with this guy, and he has no organization skills. Organization skills comes with intelligence. He has no organization skills. You want to have a debate, but you're asking people to find places for you, just like you want a lecture, but you want people to find. You thought you were the most requested. I thought you were the organizer. Umar can't organize nothing. This is amazing. This guy. Free. Everything is free with this guy. Go get a job. But you're so lazy, man. You're just a lazy lima bean. This guy is one of the laziest people, if not the laziest people. He will live stream laying in bed asking for money. How are you going to ask for money while you're laying in bed? He said free. And it don't never stop with this guy.
Trying to save ourselves out here. Young people get to work. My cell
get to work. Okay, he wants the young people to do it for him. Here we go.
Number 215-989-9858. 215-9899. I'm ready for this. Let's do it for November. I'm going to block out. Let me look at my calendar right now. Y'all think I'm playing games with
you. Here you go. He said block out for November. We're in September. What are you talking about? Did he say November?
No, November is the election. We got to do October.
This guy, he trying to be in November. This guy, no.
November is the election. I'm going to go through my phone and block out a couple weekends. California. This is whoever get to me first.
This is his strategy. Okay, he's organizing. Whoever gets to me first. Okay, let me close out this poll. There were 1,648 votes. The question is, should D.L. Hughley debate Umar Johnson at the FDMG Bandos? 60% say yes, and 40% say no. I'm actually surprised by that figure, but it is what it is. You guys decide. It's your power to vote. All right. 60% say yes, that Umar Johnson should debate, or that D.L. Hughley should debate Umar Johnson. I'll go ahead and close this poll out now. Thanks for everyone who voted for this particular vote, this poll. We'll have another one up for tomorrow. I will be live streaming tomorrow, maybe during the day though, but it is what it is. All right. This is the last minute here. Here we go.
Whoever gets to me first with a place that can seat 5. Dr. Umar, I have a place that can seat 500. You need to text me some pictures. I need to know your name. You cannot be a rainbow ganger. You cannot be a person of color. You cannot be a accommodationist, integrationist, or bunny hopper. Okay? Okay? Pan-African ethics. We standing on business. Pan-African ethics. We standing on business. 215-98, not outside. It needs to be indoor. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. I am the president of Young Black America officially. I have taken it.
This guy's so delusional.
You cannot come to the convention if you are a bunny hopper. I don't want to see you. My under 30s, I love you. But if you bunny hopping, stay your ass home. We don't have time for that. We're trying to create a new Black America. A new Black America for the future of the American African. If you are guilty of committing sins against the African race, you cannot come. 215-989-9858. If you have a place for me in Texas or Florida, if you have a place, if you have a place for me in Texas or Mississippi, if you have a place for me for Georgia or Florida, if you have a place for me, New York or New Jersey, if you have a place for me, Illinois or Michigan, if you have a place for me in California, and we still got room for one more, we're going to do 6 of them. Text my phone, email drumarjohnson@yahoo.com. drumarjohnson. Under 30, it's time to organize. Under 30, it's time to organize. Under 30, it's time to organize. This is your big brother King Kong consciousness. Virgo season is in. But we rocking. We rocking. Let's organize the under 30s. They are the future. Registration and website coming soon. Registration and website coming soon. Registration and website coming soon. Peace and Pan-Africanism.
So ridiculous. This guy doesn't even have a website for FDMG, but he talking about a website coming. I guarantee you it's not going to happen. This guy needs to stop. Okay, tomorrow we're going to get to the video that I meant to get to today. Anyway, it is what it is, but that gives me an opportunity to come back and live stream, so it's all good. Thank you all so much for tuning on. And I want to thank everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. I really appreciate your presence. Thanks for everyone who voted in the poll and everyone who gave likes today. We're at 482 before we close out. If we can get to 500, that's 18 more likes. If you guys can just hit that like button as we begin to exit the building. Like I said before, I will be back tomorrow to live stream. You can hold me to it. Thank you so much, everyone who sent the super chats. If you send the cash apps or PayPal, thank you so much. Also to the mods, I know you have your work cut out for you today. Thank you so much for handling that business. I appreciate it. Before we play the theme song to close out, remember this?
Once you're done, I'll clean it up, boss. Done.
All right, Cookie Crush Chat. Thank you all again for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the show. 482 likes. I hope we get 500 before we close out. Thank you all so much. Cookie Chat undefeated.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this. I got this.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Thank you so much. And thanks for subscribing too, Trish. I appreciate it. Everyone else, thank you so much for tuning on in. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. We're at 494 likes, so we didn't get to 500, but that's okay. Guess what? We will rise. We will rise. We will rise like FDMG. 2055, FDMG will open, and on that day, we shall rise and get to 500 likes. Ladies and gentlemen, 500 likes is just a couple of clicks away. I'm going to open my eyes now as we finish this live stream. I'm going to look and see, and I'm going to see if we're at 500. We probably won't be, because you guys are all haters. you guys are all haters. There's a bunch of haters in the building. Okay, you guys hate on me all the time. We're at 504. Okay, we're done. All right. King Crush Shots Undefeated. Thank y'all again for tuning on in. I love y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. All right, take care. Peace.